Question 49 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 49. Of habits in general, as to their substance, in 4 articles. After treating of human acts and passions, we now pass on to the consideration of the principles of human acts, and firstly of intrinsic principles, secondly of extrinsic principles. The intrinsic principle is power and habit, but as we have treated of powers in the first part, question 77 and following, it remains for us to consider them in general. In the second place, we shall consider virtues and vices and other like habits, which are the principles of human acts. Concerning habits in general, there are 4 points to consider. First, the substance of habits. Second, their subject. Third, the cause of their generation, increase, and corruption. Fourth, how they are distinguished from one another. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether habit is a quality. Second, whether it is a distinct species of quality. Third, whether habit implies an order to an act. Fourth, of the necessity of habit. First article, whether habit is a quality. Objection 1. It would seem that habit is not a quality. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 73, "This word habit is derived from the verb to have." But to have belongs not only to quality, but also to the other categories, for we speak of ourselves as having quantity and money and other like things. Therefore, habit is not a quality. Objection 2. Further, habit is reckoned as one of the predicaments, as may be clearly seen in the book on the predicaments, that is, the Categories 6. But one predicament is not contained under another. Therefore, habit is not a quality. Objection 3. Further, every habit is a disposition, as is stated in the book of Predicaments, Category 6. Now disposition is "the order of that which has parts," as stated in Metaphysics 5:24. But this belongs to the predicament position. Therefore, habit is not a quality. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in the book of Predicaments, Category 6, that habit is a quality which is difficult to change. I answer that this word, habitus, habit, is derived from habere, to have. Now habit is taken from this word in 2 ways. In one way, inasmuch as man, or any other thing, is said to have something; in any other way, inasmuch as a particular thing has a relation, say habet, either in regard to itself or in regard to something else. Concerning the first, we must observe that to have, as said in regard to anything that is had, is common to the various predicaments, and so the Philosopher puts to have among the post-predicaments, so called because they result from the various predicaments, as for instance, opposition, priority, posterity, and such like. Now among things which are had, there seems to be this distinction, that there are some in which there is no medium between the haver and that which is had, as for instance there is no medium between the subject and quality or quantity. Then there are some in which there is a medium, but only a relation, as for instance a man is said to have a companion or a friend. And further, there are some in which there is a medium, not indeed an action or passion, but something after the manner of action or passion. Thus, for instance, something adorns or covers, and something else is adorned or covered. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "a habit is said to be, as it were, an action or a passion of the haver and that which is had," as in the case in those things which we have about ourselves. And therefore these constitute a special genus of things which are comprised under the predicament of habit, of which the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "there is a habit between clothing and the man who is clothed." But if "to have" be taken according as a thing has a relation in regard to itself or to something else, in that case habit is a quality, since this mode of having is in respect of some quality. And of this the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "habit is a disposition whereby that which is disposed well or ill, and this either in regard to itself or in regard to another. Thus health is a habit." And in this sense we speak of habit now. Wherefore we must say that habit is a quality. Reply Obj. 1: This argument takes "to have" in the general sense, for thus it is common to many predicaments, as we have said. Reply Obj. 2: This argument takes habit in the sense in which we understand it to be a medium between the haver and that which is had, and in this sense it is a predicament, as we have said. Reply Obj. 3: Disposition does not always, indeed, imply an order of that which has parts. But this happens in three ways, as the Philosopher goes on at once to say (Metaph. v, 25), namely, "either as to place, or as to power, or as to species." In saying this, as Simplicius observes in his commentary on the Predicaments, he includes all dispositions, bodily dispositions, when he says "as to place." And this belongs to the predicament "position," which is in the order of parts in a place. When he says "as to power," he includes all those dispositions which are in course of formation and not yet arrived at perfect usefulness, such as inchoate science and virtue. And when he says "as to species," he includes perfect dispositions which are called habits, such as perfected science and virtue. Second article: Whether habit is a distinct species of quality? Objection 1: It would seem that habit is not a distinct species of quality. Because, as we have said (A. 1), habit, in so far as it is a quality, is "a disposition whereby that which is disposed well or ill." But this happens in regard to any quality: for a thing happens to be well or ill disposed in regard also to shape, and in like manner in regard to heat and cold, and in regard to all such things. Therefore habit is not a distinct species of quality. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in the Book of Predicaments (Category 6) that heat and cold are dispositions or habits, just as sickness and health. Therefore habit or disposition is not distinct from the other species of quality. Obj. 3: Further, difficult to change is not a difference belonging to the predicament of quality, but rather to movement or passion. Now, no genus should be contracted to a species by a difference of another genus, but differences should be proper to a genus, as the Philosopher says in Metaphysics 742. Therefore, since habit is a quality difficult to change, it seems not to be a distinct species of quality. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in the Book of Predicaments, Category 6, that one species of quality is habit and disposition. I answer that the Philosopher, in the Book of Predicaments, Category 6, reckons disposition and habit as the first species of quality. Now Simplicius, in his commentary on the Predicaments, explains the difference of these species as follows. He says that some qualities are natural, and are in their subject in virtue of its nature, and are always there, but some are adventitious, being caused from without, and these can be lost. Now the latter, that is, those which are adventitious, are habits and dispositions, differing in the point of being easily or difficultly lost. As to natural qualities, some regard a thing in the point of its being in a state of potentiality, and thus we have the second species of quality, while others regard a thing which is in act, and this either deeply rooted therein or only on its surface. If deeply rooted, we have the third species of quality. If on the surface, we have the fourth species of quality, as shape and form, which is the shape of an animated being. But this distinction of the species of quality seems unsuitable. For there are many shapes and passion-like qualities which are not natural but adventitious. And there are also many dispositions which are not adventitious but natural, as health, beauty, and the like. Moreover, it does not suit the order of the species, since that which is the more natural is always first. Therefore, we must explain otherwise the distinction of dispositions and habits from other qualities. For quality, properly speaking, implies a certain mode of substance. Now mode, as Augustine says, On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 4:3, is that which is a measure determines. Wherefore it implies a certain determination according to a certain measure. Therefore, just as that in accordance with which the material potentiality, potentia materiae, is determined to its substantial being, is called quality, which is a difference affecting the substance, so that in accordance with the potentiality of the subject is determined to its accidental being, is called an accidental quality, which is also a kind of difference, as is clear from the Philosopher in Metaphysics 5:19. Now the mode or determination of the subject to accidental being may be taken in regard to the very nature of the subject, or in regard to action and passion resulting from its natural principles, which are matter and form, or again in regard to quantity. If we take the mode or determination of the subject in regard to quantity, we shall then have the fourth species of quality. And because quantity, considered in itself, is devoid of movement, and does not imply the notion of good or evil, so it does not concern the fourth species of quality whether a thing be well or ill disposed, nor quickly or slowly transitory. But the mode or determination of the subject, in regard to action or passion, is considered in the second and third species of quality. And therefore in both, we take into account whether a thing be done with ease or difficulty, whether it be transitory or lasting. But in them we do not consider anything pertaining to the notion of good or evil. because movements and passions have not the aspect of an end, whereas good and evil are said in respect of an end. On the other hand, the mode or determination of the subject, in regard to the nature of the thing, belongs to the first species of quality, which is habit and disposition. For the Philosopher says in Phys. 7:17, when speaking of habits of the soul and of the body, that they are "dispositions of the perfect to the best, and by perfect I mean that which is disposed in accordance with its nature." And since the form itself and the nature of a thing is the end and the cause why a thing is made, cf. Phys. 2:25, therefore in the first species we consider both evil and good, and also changeableness, whether easy or difficult, inasmuch as a certain nature is the end of generation and movement. And so the Philosopher defines habit in Metaph. 5:25, "a disposition whereby someone is disposed well or ill." And in Ethics 2:4 he says that by habits we are directed well or ill in reference to the passions. For when the mode is suitable to the thing's nature, it has the aspect of good, and when it is unsuitable, it has the aspect of evil. And since nature is the first object of consideration in anything, for this reason habit is reckoned as the first species of quality. Reply to Obj. 1. Disposition implies a certain order, as stated above, in Article 1, third reply. Wherefore a man is not said to be disposed by some quality except in relation to something else. And if we add well or ill, which belongs to the essential notion of habit, we must consider the quality's relation to the nature, which is the end. So in regard to shape, or heat, or cold, a man is not said to be well or ill disposed, except by reason of a relation to the nature of a thing, with regard to its suitability or unsuitability. Consequently, even shapes and passion-like qualities, in so far as they are considered to be suitable or unsuitable to the nature of a thing, belong to habits or dispositions. For shape and color, according to their suitability to the nature of a thing, concern beauty, while heat and cold, according to their suitability to the nature of a thing, concern health. And in this way heat and cold are put, by the Philosopher, in the first species of quality. Wherefore it is clear how to answer the second objection, though some give another solution, as Simplicius says in his commentary on the Predicaments. Reply to Obj. 3. This difference, difficult to change, does not distinguish habit from the other species of quality, but from disposition. Now disposition may be taken in two ways. In one way, as the genus of habit, for disposition is included in the definition of habit, as found in Metaph. 5:25. In another way, according as it is divided against habit. Again, disposition, properly so called, can be divided against habit in two ways. First, as perfect and imperfect within the same species. And thus we call it a disposition, retaining the name of the genus, when it is had imperfectly, so as to be easily lost. Whereas we call it a habit when it is had perfectly, so as not to be lost easily. And thus a disposition becomes a habit, just as a boy becomes a man. Secondly, they may be distinguished as diverse species of the one subaltern genus, so that we call dispositions those qualities of the first species which by reason of their very nature are easily lost, because they have changeable causes, for example, sickness and health, whereas we call habits those qualities which, by reason of their very nature, are not easily changed, in that they have unchangeable causes, for example, sciences and virtues. And in this sense, disposition does not become habit. The latter explanation seems more in keeping with the intention of Aristotle. For in order to confirm this distinction, he adduces the common mode of speaking, according to which, when a quality is, by reason of its nature, easily changeable, and through some accident becomes difficultly changeable, then it is called a habit; while the contrary happens in regard to qualities, by reason of their nature, difficultly changeable. For supposing a man to have a science imperfectly, so as to be liable to lose it easily, we say that he is disposed to that science rather than that he has that science. From this it is clear that the word habit implies a certain lastingness, while the word disposition does not. Nor does it matter that thus to be easy and difficult to change are specific differences of a quality, although they belong to passion and movement, and not the genus of quality. For these differences, though apparently accidental to quality, nevertheless designate differences which are proper and essential to quality. In the same way, in the genus of substance, we often take accidental instead of substantial differences, in so far as by the former, essential principles are designated. Third article: whether habit implies order to an act. Objection 1: It would seem that a habit does not imply order to an act. For everything acts according as it is an act. But the Philosopher says (De Anima iii, 8) that "when one is becoming knowing by habit, one is still in a state of potentiality, but otherwise than before learning." Therefore habit does not imply the relation of a principle to an act. Obj. 2: Further, that which is put in the definition of a thing belongs to it essentially. But to be a principle of action is to put in the definition of power, as we read in Metaph. v, 17. Therefore to be the principle of an act belongs to power essentially. Now that which is essential is first in every genus. If therefore habit also is a principle of act, it follows that it is posterior to power; and so habit and disposition will not be the first species of quality. Obj. 3: Further, health is sometimes a habit, and so are leanness and beauty. But these do not indicate relation to an act. Therefore it is not essential to habit to be a principle of act. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Good Marriage xxi) that "habit is that whereby something is done when necessary." And the Commentator says (De Anima iii) that "habit is that whereby we act when we will." I answer that, to have relation to an act may belong to habit both in regard to the nature of habit, and in regard to the subject in which the habit is. In regard to the nature of habit, it belongs to every habit to have relation to an act. For it is essential to habit to imply some relation to a thing's nature, in so far as it is suitable or unsuitable thereto. But a thing's nature, which is the end of generation, is further ordained to another end, which is either an operation, or the product of an operation, to which one attains by means of operation. Wherefore habit implies relation not only to the very nature of a thing, but also, consequently, to operation, inasmuch as this is the end of nature, or conducive to the end. Whence also it is stated in Metaph. v, 25, in the definition of habit, that it is a disposition whereby that which is disposed is well or ill disposed either in regard to itself, that is, to its nature, or in regard to something else, that is, to the end. But there are some habits, which even on the part of the subject in which they are, imply primarily and principally relation to an act. For, as we have said, habit primarily and of itself implies a relation to the thing's nature. If, therefore, the nature of a thing, in which the habit is, consists in this very relation to an act, it follows that the habit principally implies relation to an act. Now it is clear that the nature and the notion of power is that it should be a principle of act. Wherefore every habit is subjected in a power implies principally relation to an act. Reply to Obj. 1: Habit is an act insofar as it is a quality, and in this respect it can be a principle of operation. It is, however, in a state of potentiality in respect to operation. Wherefore habit is called first act, and operation second act, as it is explained in De Anima ii, 5. Reply to Obj. 2: It is not the essence of habit to be related to power, but to be related to nature. And as nature precedes action, to which power is related, therefore habit is put before power as a species of quality. Reply to Obj. 3: Health is said to be a habit, or a habitual disposition, in relation to nature, as stated above. But insofar as nature is a principle of act, it consequently implies a relation to act. Wherefore the Philosopher says that man or one of his members is called healthy, when he can perform the operation of a healthy man. And the same applies to other habits. Fourth article: Whether habits are necessary. Objection 1: It would seem that habits are not necessary. For by habits we are well or ill disposed in respect of something, as stated above. But a thing is well or ill disposed by its form. For, in respect of its form, a thing is good, even as it is a being. Therefore there is no necessity for habits. Obj. 2: Further, habit implies relation to an act. But power implies sufficiently a principle of act. For even the natural powers, without any habits, are principles of acts. Therefore there was no necessity for habits. Obj. 3: Further, as power is related to good and evil, so also is habit: and as power does not always act, so neither does habit. Given therefore the powers, habits become superfluous. On the contrary, habits are perfections, according to Phys. vii, 17. But perfection is of the greatest necessity to a thing, since it is in the nature of an end. Therefore it is necessary that there should be habits. I answer that, as we have said above (AA. 2 and 3), habit implies a disposition in relation to a thing's nature, and to its operation or end, by reason of which disposition a thing is well or ill disposed thereto. Now for a thing to need to be disposed to something else, three conditions are necessary. The first condition is that which is disposed should be distinct from that to which it is disposed, and so that it should be related to it as potentiality is to act. Whence, if there is a being whose nature is not composed of potentiality and act, and whose substance is its own operation, which itself is for itself, There we can find no room for habit and disposition, as is clearly the case in God. The second condition is that that which is in a state of potentiality in regard to something else be capable of determination in several ways and to various things. Whence, if something be in a state of potentiality in regard to something else, but in regard to that only, there we find no room for disposition and habit, for such a subject, from its own nature, has the due relation to such an act. Wherefore, if a heavenly body be composed of matter and form, since that matter is not in a state of potentiality to another form, as we said in the first part, Q. 56, Art. 2, there is no need for disposition or habit in respect of the form, or even in respect of operation, since the nature of the heavenly body is not in a state of potentiality to more than one fixed movement. The third condition is that in disposing the subject to one of those things to which it is in potentiality, several things should occur, capable of being adjusted in various ways, so as to dispose the subject well or ill to its form or to its operation. Wherefore, the simple qualities of the elements, which suit the natures of the elements in one single fixed way, are not called dispositions or habits, but simple qualities. But we call dispositions or habits such things as health, beauty, and so forth, which imply the adjustment of several things which may vary in their relative adjustability. For this reason the Philosopher says in Metaph. v, 24 and 25 that habit is a disposition, and disposition is the order of that which has parts either as to place, or as to potentiality, or as to species, as we have said above in Art. 1, third reply. Wherefore, since there are many things for whose natures and operations several things must concur which may vary in their relative adjustability, it follows that habit is necessary. Reply Obj. 1: By the form the nature of a thing is perfected. Yet the subject needs to be disposed in regard to the form by some disposition. But the form itself is further ordained to operation, which is either the end or the means to the end. And if the form is limited to one fixed operation, no further disposition, besides the form itself, is needed for the operation. But if the form be such that it can operate in diverse ways, as the soul, it needs to be disposed to its operation by means of habits. Reply Obj. 2: Power sometimes has a relation to many things, and then it needs to be determined by something else. But if a power has not a relation to many things, it does not need a habit to determine it, as we have said. For this reason the natural forces do not perform their operations by means of habits, because they are of themselves determined to one mode of operation. Reply Obj. 3: The same habit has not a relation to good and evil, as will be made clear further on in Q. 54, A. 3, whereas the same power has a relation to good and evil. And therefore habits are necessary that the powers be determined to good.
End of question 49. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 50 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 50 of the subject of habits in 6 articles. We consider next the subject of habits, and under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether there is a habit in the body. Second, whether the soul is a subject of habit in respect of its essence or in respect of its power. Third, whether in the powers of the sensitive part there can be a habit. Fourth, whether there is a habit in the intellect. Fifth, whether there is a habit in the will. Sixth, whether there is a habit in separate substances. First article, whether there is a habit in the body. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not a habit in the body. For, as the commentator says in On the Soul 3, a habit is that whereby we act when we will. But bodily actions are not subject to the will, since they are natural. Therefore, there can be no habit in the body. Objection 2. Further, all bodily dispositions are easy to change. But habit is a quality difficult to change. Therefore, no bodily disposition can be a habit. Objection 3. Further, all bodily dispositions are subject to change. But change can only be in the 3rd species of quality, which is divided against habit. Therefore, there is no habit in the body. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, in the Book of Predicaments 6, that health of the body and incurable disease are called habits. I answer that, as we have said above in question 49, articles 2 and following, habit is a disposition of a subject which is in a state of potentiality either to form or to operation. Therefore, insofar as habit implies disposition to operation, no habit is principally in the body as its subject. For every operation of the body proceeds either from a natural quality of the body or from the soul moving the body. Consequently, as to those operations which proceed from its nature, the body is not disposed by a habit, because the natural forces are determined to one mode of operation. And we have already said, in question 49, article 4, that it is when the subject is in potentiality to many things that a habitual disposition is required, as to the operations which proceed from the soul through the body. They belong principally to the soul and secondarily to the body. Now habits are in proportion to their operations, whence by like acts like habits are formed. Ethics 2, 1 and 2. And therefore, the dispositions to such operations are principally in the soul. But they can be secondarily in the body, to wit, insofar as the body is disposed and enabled with promptitude to help in the operations of the soul. If, however, we speak of the disposition of the subject to form, thus a habitual disposition can be in the body, which is related to the soul as a subject is to the form. And in this way, health and beauty and such like are called habitual dispositions, yet they have not the nature of habit perfectly, because their causes, of their very nature, are easily changeable. On the other hand, as Simplicius reports in his commentary on the Predicaments, Alexander denied absolutely that habits or dispositions of the 1st species are in the body, and held that the 1st species of quality belonged to the soul alone. And he held that Aristotle mentions health and sickness in the book on the Predicaments, not as though they belonged to the 1st species of quality, but by way of example, so that he would mean that just as health and sickness may be easy or difficult to change, so also are the qualities of the first species, which are called habits and dispositions. But this is clearly contrary to the intention of Aristotle, both because he speaks in the same way of health and sickness as examples, as of virtue and science, and because in Phys. 7:17 he expressly mentions beauty and health among habits. Reply to Obj. 1. This objection runs in the sense of habit as a disposition to operation, and of those actions of the body which are from nature, but not in the sense of those actions which proceed from the soul, and the principle of which is the will. Reply to Obj. 2. Bodily dispositions are not simply difficult to change on account of the changeableness of their bodily causes, but they may be difficult to change by comparison to such a subject, because, to wit, as long as such a subject endures, they cannot be removed, or because they are difficult to change by comparison to other dispositions. But qualities of the soul are simply difficult to change on account of the unchangeableness of the subject, and therefore he does not say that health which is difficult to change is a habit simply, but that it is as a habit, as we read in the Greek, isos hexin, in Categories 8. On the other hand, the qualities of the soul are called habits simply. Reply to Obj. 3. Bodily dispositions, which are in the first species of quality, as some maintained, differ from qualities of the third species, in this, that the qualities of the third species consist in some becoming, and movement, as it were, wherefore they are called passions or passible qualities. But when they have attained to perfection, specific perfection, so to speak, they have then passed into the first species of quality. But Simplicius, in his commentary, disapproves of this, for in this way heating would be in the third species, and heat in the first species of quality, whereas Aristotle puts heat in the third. Wherefore Porphyrius, as Simplicius reports in his commentary, says that passion or passion-like quality, disposition and habit, differ in bodies by way of intensity and remissness. For when a thing receives heat in this only that it is being heated, and not so as to be able to give heat, then we have passion, if it is transitory; or passion-like quality, if it is permanent. But when it has been brought to the point that it is able to heat something else, then it is a disposition, and if it goes so far as to be firmly fixed and to become difficult to change, then it will be a habit. So that disposition would be a certain intensity of passion or passion-like quality, and habit an intensity or disposition. But Simplicius disapproves of this, for such intensity and remissness do not imply diversity on the part of the form itself, but on the part of the diverse participation thereof by the subject, so that there would be no diversity among the species of quality. And therefore we must say otherwise that, as was explained above in Q. 49, A. 2, first reply, the adjustment of the passion-like qualities themselves, according to their suitability to nature, implies the notion of disposition, and so, when a change takes place in these same passion-like qualities, which are heat and cold, moisture and dryness, there results a change as to sickness and health. But change does not occur in regard to like habits and dispositions, primarily and of themselves. Second article: whether the soul is the subject of habit in respect of its essence or in respect of its power. Objection 1:
it would seem that habit is in the soul in respect of its essence, rather than in respect of its powers. For we speak of dispositions and habits in relation to nature, as stated above in Q. 49, A. 2. But nature regards the essence of the soul rather than the powers, because it is in respect of its essence that the soul is the nature of such a body and the form thereof. Therefore habits are in the soul in respect of its essence, and not in respect of its powers. Obj. 2: Further, accident is not the subject of accident. Now habit is an accident. But the powers of the soul are in the genus of accident, as we have said in the first part, Q. 77, A. 1, fifth reply. Therefore habit is not in the soul in respect of its powers. Obj. 3: Further, the subject is prior to that which is in the subject. But since habit belongs to the first species of quality, it is prior to power, which belongs to the second species. Therefore habit is not in a power of the soul as its subject. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. i, 13) puts various habits in the various powers of the soul. I answer that, as we have said above (Q. 49, AA. 2, 3), habit implies a certain disposition in relation to nature or to operation. If therefore we take habit as having a relation to nature, it cannot be in the soul, that is, if we speak of human nature, for the soul itself is the form completing the human nature: so that, regarded in this way, habit or disposition is rather to be found in the body by reason of its relation to the soul, than in the soul by reason of its relation to the body. But if we speak of a higher nature, of which man may become a partaker, according to 2 Peter 1, that we may be partakers of the divine nature, thus nothing hinders some habit, namely grace, from being in the soul in respect of its essence, as we shall state later on (Q. 110, A. 4). On the other hand, if we take habit in its relation to operation, it is chiefly thus that habits are found in the soul, in so far as the soul is not determined to one operation, but is indifferent to many, which is a condition for habit, as we have said above (Q. 49, A. 4). And since the soul is the principle of operation through its powers, therefore, regarded in this sense, habits are in the soul in respect of its powers. Reply Obj. 1: The essence of the soul belongs to human nature, not as a subject requiring to be disposed to something further, but as a form and nature to which someone is disposed. Reply Obj. 2: Accident is not of itself the subject of accident. But since among accidents themselves there is a certain order, the subject, according as it is under one accident, is conceived as the subject of a further accident. In this way we say that one accident is the subject of another: as superficies is the subject of color, in which sense power is the subject of habit. Reply Obj. 3: Habit takes precedence of power, according as it implies a disposition to nature, whereas power always implies a relation to operation, which is posterior, since nature is the principle of operation. But the habit whose subject is a power does not imply relation to nature, but to operation: wherefore it is posterior to power. Or we may say that habit takes precedence of power, as the complete takes precedence of the incomplete, and as act takes precedence of potentiality. For act is naturally prior to potentiality,
though potentiality is prior in order of generation and time, as stated in Metaphysics 7:17, as well as in Metaphysics 9:13. Third article: whether there can be any habits in the powers of the sensitive part. Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be any habits in the powers of the sensitive part. For as the nutritive power is an irrational part, so is the sensitive power. But there can be no habits in the powers of the nutritive part. Therefore we ought not to put any habit in the powers of the sensitive part. Obj. 2: Further, the sensitive parts are common to us and the brutes. But there are not any habits in brutes, for in them there is no will, which is put in the definition of habit, as we have said above (Q. 49, A. 3). Therefore there are no habits in the sensitive parts. Obj. 3: Further, the habits of the soul are sciences and virtues: and just as science is related to the apprehensive power, so is virtue related to the appetitive power. But in the sensitive powers there are no sciences, since science is of universals, which the sensitive powers cannot apprehend. Therefore neither can there be habits of virtue in the sensitive part. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 10 that some virtues, namely temperance and fortitude, belong to the irrational part. I answer that, the sensitive powers can be considered in two ways. First, according as they act from natural instinct; secondly, according as they act at the command of reason. According as they act from natural instinct, they are ordained to one thing, even as nature is. But according as they act at the command of reason, they can be ordained to various things: and thus there can be habits in them, by which they are well or ill disposed in regard to something. Reply Obj. 1: The powers of the nutritive part have not an inborn aptitude to obey the command of reason, and therefore there are no habits in them. But the sensitive powers have an inborn aptitude to obey the command of reason, and therefore habits can be in them: for in so far as they obey reason, in a certain sense they are said to be rational, as stated in Ethic. i, 13. Reply Obj. 2: The sensitive powers of dumb animals do not act at the command of reason. But if they are left to themselves, such animals act from natural instinct, and so in them there are no habits ordained to operations. There are in them, however, certain dispositions in relation to nature, as health and beauty. But whereas by man's reason brutes are disposed by a sort of custom to do things in this or that way, so in this sense, to a certain extent, we can admit the existence of habits in dumb animals: wherefore Augustine says in his 83 Questions, Question 36, "We find the most untamed beasts, deterred by fear of pain, from that wherein they took the keenest pleasure: and when this has become a custom in them, we say that they are tame and gentle." But the habit is incomplete as to the use of the will, for they have not that power of using or of refraining, which seems to belong to the notion of habit, and therefore, properly speaking, there can be no habits in them. Reply Obj. 3: The sensitive appetite has an inborn aptitude to be moved by the rational appetite, as stated in De Anima iii, 57. But the rational powers of apprehension have an inborn aptitude to receive from the sensitive powers. and therefore it is more suitable that habits should be in the powers of sensitive appetite than in the powers of sensitive apprehension, since in the powers of sensitive appetite habits do not exist except according as they act at the command of the reason. And yet, even in the interior powers of sensitive apprehension, we may admit of certain habits whereby man has a facility of memory, thought, or imagination. Wherefore also the Philosopher says (On Memory and Recollection ii) that "custom conduces much to a good memory": the reason of which is that these powers also are moved to act at the command of reason. On the other hand, the exterior apprehensive powers, as sight, hearing, and the like, are not susceptible of habits, but are ordained to their fixed acts, according to the disposition of their nature, just as the members of the body, for there are no habits in them, but rather in the powers which command their movements. Fourth Article. Whether there is any habit in the intellect? Objection 1. It would seem that there are no habits in the intellect. For the habits are in conformity with operations, as stated above in Article 1. But the operations of man are common to soul and body, as stated in De Anima i, 164. Therefore also are habits. But the intellect is not an act of the body, as is stated in De Anima iii, 6. Therefore the intellect is not the subject of a habit. Obj. 2: Further, whatever is in a thing is there according to the mode of that in which it is. But that which is form without matter is act only, whereas what is composed of form and matter has potentiality and act at the same time. Therefore nothing at the same time potential and actual can be in that which is form only, but only in that which is composed of matter and form. Now the intellect is form without matter. Therefore habit, which has potentiality at the same time as act, being a sort of medium between the two, cannot be in the intellect, but only in the conjunction, which is composed of soul and body. Obj. 3: Further, habit is a disposition whereby we are well or ill disposed in regard to something, as is said in Metaph. v, 25. But that anyone should be well or ill disposed to an act of the intellect is due to some disposition of the body, wherefore also it is stated in De Anima ii, 94 that "we observe men with soft flesh to be quick-witted." Therefore the habits of knowledge are not in the intellect, which is separate, but in some power which is the act of some part of the body. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 2, 3, 10) puts science, wisdom, and understanding, which is the habit of first principles, in the intellective part of the soul. I answer that, concerning intellective habits, there have been various opinions. Some, supposing that there was only one possible intellect for all men, were bound to hold that habits of knowledge are not in the intellect itself, but in the interior sensitive powers. For it is manifest that men differ in habits. And so it was impossible to put the habits of knowledge directly in that which, being only one, would be common to all men. Wherefore, if there were but one single possible intellect of all men, the habits of science, in which men differ from one another, could not be in the possible intellect as in their subject, but would be in the interior sensitive powers, which differ in various men. Now, in the first place, this supposition is contrary to the mind of Aristotle. For it is manifest that the sensitive powers are rational,
not by their essence, but only by participation, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Now the Philosopher puts the intellectual virtues, which are wisdom, science, and understanding, in that which is rational by its essence. Wherefore they are not in the sensitive powers, but in the intellect itself. Moreover, he says expressly (De Anima iii, 8, 18) that when the possible intellect "is thus identified with each thing," that is, when it is reduced to act in respect of singulars by the intelligible species, "then it is said to be in act, as the knower is said to be in act, and this happens when the intellect can act of itself," that is, by considering. "And even then it is in potentiality in a sense, but not in the same way as before learning and discovering." Therefore the possible intellect itself is the subject of the habit of science, by which the intellect, even though it be not actually considering, is able to consider. In the second place, this supposition is contrary to the truth. For as to whom belongs the operation, belongs also the power to operate, belongs also the habit. But to understand and to consider is the proper act of the intellect. Therefore also the habit whereby one considers is properly in the intellect itself. Reply Obj. 1: Some said, as Simplicius reports in his Commentary on the Predicaments, that since every operation of man is to a certain extent an operation of the conjunctum, as the Philosopher says (De Anima i, 164), therefore no habit is in the soul only, but only in the conjunctum. And from this it follows that no habit is in the intellect, for the intellect is separate, as ran the argument given above. But the argument is not cogent. For habit is not a disposition of the object to the power, but rather a disposition of the power to the object. Wherefore the habit needs to be in that power which is principle of the act, and not in that which is compared to the power as its object. Now the act of understanding is not said to be common to soul and body, except in respect of the phantasm, as stated in De Anima 66. But it is clear that the phantasm is compared as object to the passive intellect, as stated in De Anima iii, 3, 39. Whence it follows that the intellective habit is chiefly on the part of the intellect itself, and not on the part of the phantasm, which is common to soul and body. And therefore we must say that the possible intellect is the subject of habit, which is in potentiality to many, and this belongs, above all, to the possible intellect. Wherefore the possible intellect is the subject of intellectual habits. Reply Obj. 2: As potentiality to sensible being belongs to corporeal matter, so potentiality to intellectual being belongs to the possible intellect. Wherefore nothing forbids habit to be in the possible intellect, for it is midway between pure potentiality and perfect act. Reply Obj. 3: Because the apprehensive powers inwardly prepare their proper objects for the possible intellect, therefore it is by the good disposition of these powers, to which the good disposition of the body cooperates, that man is rendered apt to understand. And so, in a secondary way, the intellective habit can be in these powers. But principally it is in the possible intellect. _Fifth article. Whether any habit is in the will? Objection 1: It would seem that there is not a habit in the will. For the habit, which is in the intellect, is the intelligible species, by means of which the intellect actually understands. But the will does not act by means of species. Therefore the will is not subject of habit. Obj. 2: Further, no habit is allotted to the active intellect, as there is to the possible intellect, because the former is not an active power. But the will is above all an active power, because it moves all the powers to their acts, as stated above (Q. 9, A. 1). Therefore there is no habit in the will. Obj. 3: Further, in the natural powers there is no habit, because, by reason of their nature, they are determinate to one thing. But the will, by reason of its nature, is ordained to tend to the good which reason directs. Therefore there is no habit in the will. On the contrary, justice is a habit. But justice is in the will, for it is "a habit whereby men will and do that which is just," according to Ethic. v, 1. Therefore the will is the subject of a habit. I answer that, every power, which may be variously directed to act, needs a habit whereby it is well disposed to its act. Now since the will is a rational power, it may be variously directed to act. And therefore in the will we must admit the presence of a habit whereby it is well disposed to its act. Moreover, from the very nature of habit, it is clear that it is principally related to the will, inasmuch as habit "is that which one uses when one wills," as stated above (A. 1). Reply Obj. 1: Even as in the intellect there is a species which is the likeness of the object, so in the will and in every appetitive power there must be something by which the power is inclined to its object. For the act of the appetitive power is nothing but a certain inclination, as we have said above (Q. 6, A. 4, and Q. 22, A. 2. And therefore, in respect of those things to which it is inclined sufficiently by the nature of the power itself, the power needs no quality to incline it. But since it is necessary, for the end of human life, that the appetitive power be inclined to something fixed, to which it is not inclined by the nature of the power, which has a relation to many and various things, therefore it is necessary that, in the will and in the other appetitive powers, there be certain qualities to incline them, and these are called habits. Reply Obj. 2: The active intellect is active only, and in no way passive. But the will, and every appetitive power, is both mover and moved, as stated in De Anima iii, 54. And therefore the comparison between them does not hold, for to be susceptible of habit belongs to that which is somehow in potentiality. Reply Obj. 3: The will, from the very nature of the power, is inclined to the good of the reason. But because this good is varied in many ways, the will needs to be inclined, by means of a habit, to some fixed good of the reason, in order that action may follow more promptly. _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether There Are Habits in the Angels? Objection 1: It would seem that there are no habits in the angels. For Maximus, commentator of Dionysius (Coel. Hier. vii) says: "It is not proper to suppose that there are intellectual," i.e. spiritual, "powers in the Divine intelligences," i.e. in the angels, "after the manner of accidents, as in us, as though one were in the other as in a subject.
for accident of any kind is foreign to them. But every habit is an accident. Therefore there are no habits in the angels. Obj. 2: Further, as Dionysius says in On the Heavenly Hierarchy IV, "the holy dispositions of the heavenly essences participate, above all other things, in God's goodness." But that which is of itself, per se, is prior and more powerful than that which is by another, per aliud. Therefore the angelic essences are perfected of themselves unto conformity with God, and therefore not by means of habits. And this seems to have been the reasoning of Maximus, who in the same passage adds, "For if this were the case, surely their essence would not remain in itself, nor could it have been as far as possible deified of itself." Obj. 3: Further, habit is a disposition, as stated in Metaphysics 5:25. But disposition, as is said in the same book, is "the order of that which has parts." Since, therefore, angels are simple substances, it seems that there are no dispositions and habits in them. On the contrary, Dionysius says (On the Heavenly Hierarchy VII) that the angels of the first hierarchy are called "fire-bearers and thrones and outpouring of wisdom, by which is indicated the godlike nature of their habits." I answer that, some have thought that there are no habits in the angels, and that whatever is said of them is said essentially. Whence Maximus, after the words which we have quoted, says, "Their dispositions and the powers which are in them are essential, through the absence of matter in them." And Simplicius says in his Commentary on the Predicaments, "Wisdom which is in the soul is its habit, but that which is in the intellect is its substance. For everything divine is sufficient of itself, and exists in itself." Now this opinion contains some truth and some error. For it is manifest from what we have said (Q. 49, A. 4), that only a being in potentiality is the subject of habit. So the above mentioned commentators considered that angels are immaterial substances, and that there is no material potentiality in them, and on that account excluded from them habit and any kind of accident. Yet since, though there is no material potentiality in angels, there is still some potentiality in them, for to be pure act belongs to God alone. Therefore, as far as potentiality is found to be in them, so far may habits be found in them. But because the potentiality of matter and the potentiality of intellectual substance are not of the same kind, whence Simplicius says in his Commentary on the Predicaments that "the habits of the intellectual substance are not like the habits here below, but rather are they like simple and immaterial images which it contains in itself." However, the angelic intellect and the human intellect differ with regard to this habit. For the human intellect, being the lowest in the intellectual order, is in potentiality as regards all intelligible things, just as primal matter is in respect of all sensible forms. And therefore, for the understanding of all things, it needs some habit. But the angelic intellect is not as a pure potentiality in the order of intelligible things, but as an act; not indeed as pure act, for this belongs to God alone, but with an admixture of some potentiality. And the higher it is, the less potentiality it has. And therefore, as we said in the first part (Q. 55, A. 1), so far as it is in potentiality,
so far is it in need of habitual perfection by means of intelligible species in regard to its proper operation. But so far as it is in act through its own essence, it can understand some things, at least itself, and other things according to the mode of its substance, as stated in On Causes. And the more perfect it is, the more perfectly will it understand. But since no angel attains to the perfection of God, but all are infinitely distant therefrom, for this reason, in order to attain to God Himself, through intellect and will, the angels need some habits, being as it were in potentiality in regard to that pure act. Wherefore Dionysius says (On the Heavenly Hierarchy vii) that their habits are godlike, that is to say, that by them they are made like to God. But those habits that are dispositions to the natural being are not in angels, since they are immaterial. Reply to Obj. 1: This saying of Maximus must be understood of material habits and accidents. Reply to Obj. 2: As to that which belongs to angels by their essence, they do not need a habit. But as they are not so far beings of themselves, as not to partake of divine wisdom and goodness, therefore, so far as they need to partake of something from without, so far do they need to have habits. Reply to Obj. 3: In angels there are no essential parts, but there are potential parts, in so far as their intellect is perfected by several species, and in so far as their will has a relation to several things.
End of question 50. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 51 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 51 of the cause of habits as to their formation, in 4 articles. We must next consider the cause of habits, and firstly, as to their formation; secondly, as to their increase; thirdly, as to their diminution and corruption. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether any habit is from nature. Second, whether any habit is caused by acts. Third, whether any habit can be caused by one act. Fourth, whether any habits are infused in man by God. First article: whether any habit is from nature. Objection 1: It would seem that no habit is from nature. For the use of those things which are from nature does not depend on the will. But habit is that which we use when we will, as the Commentator says on De Anima iii. Therefore habit is not from nature. Objection 2: Further, nature does not employ 2 where 1 is sufficient. But the powers of the soul are from nature. If therefore the habits of the powers were from nature, habit and power would be 1. Objection 3: Further, nature does not fail in necessaries. But habits are necessary in order to act well, as we have stated above in Q. 49, A. 4. If therefore any habits were from nature, it seems that nature would not fail to cause all necessary habits.
But this is clearly false. Therefore, habits are not from nature. On the contrary, in Ethic. 6:6, among other habits, place is given to understanding of first principles, which habit is from nature. Wherefore also first principles are said to be known naturally. I answer that, one thing can be natural to another in two ways. First, in respect of the specific nature, as the faculty of laughing is natural to man, and it is natural to fire to have an upward tendency. Secondly, in respect of the individual nature, as it is natural to Socrates or Plato to be prone to sickness or inclined to health, in accordance with their respective temperaments. Again, in respect of both natures, something may be called natural in two ways. First, because it is entirely from the nature. Secondly, because it is partly from nature, and partly from an extrinsic principle. For instance, when a man is healed by himself, his health is entirely from nature. But when a man is healed by means of medicine, health is partly from nature, partly from an extrinsic principle. Thus, then, if we speak of habit as a disposition of the subject in relation to form or nature, it may be natural in either of the foregoing ways. For there is a certain natural disposition demanded by the human species, so that no man can be without it. And this disposition is natural in respect of the specific nature. But since such a disposition has a certain latitude, it happens that different grades of this disposition are becoming to different men in respect of the individual nature. And this disposition may be either entirely from nature, or partly from nature, and partly from an extrinsic principle, as we have said of those who are healed by means of art. But the habit, which is a disposition to operation, and whose subject is a power of the soul, as stated above in Q. 50, A. 2, may be natural whether in respect of the specific nature, or in respect of the individual nature. In respect of the specific nature, on the part of the soul itself, which, since it is the form of the body, is the specific principle. But in respect of the individual nature, on the part of the body, which is the material principle. Yet in neither way does it happen that there are natural habits in man, so that they be entirely from nature. In the angels, indeed, this does happen, since they have intelligible species naturally impressed on them, which cannot be said of the human soul, as we have said in the first part, Q. 55, A. 2, as well as in Q. 84, A. 3. There are, however, in man several natural habits owing to their existence, partly to nature, and partly to some extrinsic principle. In one way, indeed, in the apprehensive powers; in another way, in the appetitive powers. For in the apprehensive powers there may be a natural habit by way of a beginning, both in respect of the specific nature, and in respect of the individual nature. This happens with regard to the specific nature on the part of the soul itself. Thus the understanding of first principles is called a natural habit. For it is owing to the very nature of the intellectual soul that man, having once grasped what is a whole and what is a part, should at once perceive that every whole is larger than its part; and in like manner with regard to other such principles. Yet what is a whole and what is a part, this he cannot know except through the intelligible species which he has received from phantasms; and for this reason the Philosopher at the end of the Posterior Analytics shows that knowledge of principles comes to us from the senses. But in respect of the individual nature, a habit of knowledge is natural as to its beginning, in so far as one man,
from the disposition of his organs of sense, is more apt than another to understand well, since we need the sensitive powers for the operation of the intellect. In the appetitive powers, however, no habit is natural in its beginning on the part of the soul itself as to the substance of the habit, but only as to certain principles thereof, as, for instance, the principles of common law are called the nurseries of virtue. The reason of this is because the inclination to its proper objects, which seems to be the beginning of a habit, does not belong to the habit, but rather to the very nature of the powers. But on the part of the body, in respect of the individual nature, there are some appetitive habits by way of natural beginnings. For some are disposed from their own bodily temperament to chastity or meekness or such like. Reply to Obj. 1. This objection takes nature as divided against reason and will, whereas reason itself and will belong to the nature of man. Reply to Obj. 2. Something may be added even naturally to the nature of a power, while it cannot belong to the power itself. For instance, with regard to the angels, it cannot belong to the intellective power itself, capable of knowing all things. For thus it would have to be the act of all things, which belongs to God alone. Because that by which something is known must needs be the actual likeness of the thing known. Whence it would follow, if the power of the angel knew all things by itself, that it was the likeness and act of all things. Wherefore there must needs be added to the angel's intellective power some intelligible species, which are likenesses of things understood. For it is by participation of the divine wisdom, and not by their own essence, that their intellect can be actually those things which they understand. And so it is clear that not everything belonging to a natural habit can belong to the power. Reply to Obj. 3. Nature is not equally inclined to cause all the various kinds of habits. Since some can be caused by nature, and some not, as we have said above. And so it does not follow that because some habits are natural, therefore all are natural. Second article, whether any habit is caused by acts. Objection 1. It would seem that no habit is caused by acts. For habit is a quality, as we have said above in question 49, Article 1. Now every quality is caused in a subject according to the latter's receptivity. Since then the agent, inasmuch as it acts, does not receive but rather gives, it seems impossible for a habit to be caused in an agent by its own acts. Objection 2. Further, the thing wherein a quality is caused is moved to that quality, as may be clearly seen in that which is heated or cooled, whereas that which produces the act that causes the quality moves, as may be seen in that which heats or cools. If, therefore, habits were caused in anything by its own act, it would follow that the same would be mover and moved, active and passive, which is impossible, as stated in Phys. 3:8. Objection 3. Further, the effect cannot be more noble than its cause. But habit is more noble than the act which precedes the habit, as is clear from the fact that the latter produces more noble acts. Therefore, habit cannot be caused by an act which precedes the habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethic. ii, 1 and 2, teaches that habits of virtue and vice are caused by acts. I answer that, in the agent, there is sometimes only the active principle of its act. For instance, in fire,
there is only the active principle of heating. And in such an agent, a habit cannot be caused by its own act, for which reason natural things cannot become accustomed or unaccustomed, as is stated in Ethics 2:1. But a certain agent is to be found in which there is both the active and the passive principle of its act, as we see in human acts. For the acts of the appetitive power proceed from that same power, according as it is moved by the apprehensive power presenting the object. And further, the intellective power, according as it reasons about its conclusions, has, as it were, an active principle in a self-evident proposition. Wherefore, by such acts, habits can be caused in their agents, not indeed with regard to the first active principle, but with regard to that principle of the act, which principle is a mover moved. For everything that is passive and moved by another is disposed by the action of the agent. Wherefore, if the acts be multiplied, a certain quality is formed in the power which is passive and moved, which quality is called a habit. Just as the habits of moral virtue are caused in the appetitive powers, according as they are moved by the reason, and as the habits of science are caused in the intellect, according as it is moved by first propositions. Reply to Obj. 1. The agent, as agent, does not receive anything. But insofar as it moves through being moved by another, it receives something from that which moves it, and thus is a habit caused. Reply to Obj. 2. The same thing, and in the same respect, cannot be mover and moved. But nothing prevents a thing from being moved by itself as to different respects, as is proved in Phys. 8, 28 and 29. Reply to Obj. 3. The act which precedes the habit, insofar as it comes from an active principle, proceeds from a more excellent principle than is the habit caused thereby. Just as the reason is a more excellent principle than the habit of moral virtue produced in the appetitive power by repeated acts, and as the understanding of first principles is a more excellent principle than the science of conclusions. Third article. Whether a habit can be caused by one act. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit can be caused by one act. For demonstration is an act of reason. But science, which is the habit of one conclusion, is caused by one demonstration. Therefore, habit can be caused by one act. Objection 2. Further, as acts happen to increase by multiplication, so do they happen to increase by intensity. But a habit is caused by multiplication of acts. Therefore, also, if an act be very intense, it can be the generating cause of a habit. Objection 3. Further, health and sickness are habits. But it happens that a man is healed or becomes ill by one act. Therefore, one act can cause a habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethics 1:7 says, "As neither does one swallow, nor one day, make spring, so neither does one day, nor a short time, make a man blessed and happy." But happiness is an operation in respect of a habit of perfected virtue, according to Ethics 1, 7, 10, and 13. Therefore, a habit of virtue, and for the same reason other habits, is not caused by one act. I answer that, as we have said already in Article 2, habit is caused by act, because a passive power is moved by an active principle. But in order that some quality be caused in that which is passive, the active principle must entirely overcome the passive. Whence we see that because fire cannot at once overcome the combustible, it does not enkindle at once, but it gradually expels contrary dispositions, so that by overcoming it entirely, it may impress its likeness on it. Now it is clear that the active principle, which is reason, cannot entirely overcome the appetitive power in one act, because the appetitive power is inclined variously and to many things, while the reason judges in a single act what should be willed in regard to various aspects and circumstances. Wherefore the appetitive power is not thereby entirely overcome, so as to be inclined like nature to the same thing, in the majority of cases. Which inclination belongs to the habit of virtue. Therefore, a habit of virtue cannot be caused by one act, but only by many. But in the apprehensive powers, we must observe that there are two passive principles. One is the possible intellect itself. Cf. the first part, question 79, Article 2, second reply. The other is the intellect, which Aristotle calls passive, and this is the particular reason, that is, the cogitative power, with memory and imagination, as found in On the Soul 320. With regard, then, to the former passive principle, it is possible for a certain active principle to entirely overcome, by one act, the power of its passive principle. Thus one self-evident proposition convinces the intellect, so that it gives a firm assent to the conclusion. But a probable proposition cannot do this. Wherefore a habit of opinion needs to be caused by many acts of the reason, even on the part of the possible intellect; whereas a habit of science can be caused by a single act of the reason, so far as the possible intellect is concerned. But with regard to the lower apprehensive powers, the same acts need to be repeated many times for anything to be firmly impressed on the memory. And so the Philosopher says, On Memory and Recollection I, that meditation strengthens memory. Bodily habits, however, can be caused by one act, if the active principle is of great power. Sometimes, for instance, a strong dose of medicine restores health at once. Hence the solutions to the objections are clear. Fourth article. Whether any habits are infused in man by God. Objection 1. It would seem that no habit is infused in man by God. For God treats all equally. If, therefore, He infuses habits into some, He would infuse them into all, which is clearly untrue. Objection 2. Further, God works in all things according to the mode which is suitable to their nature. For it belongs to divine providence to preserve nature, as Dionysius says On the Divine Names 4. But habits are naturally caused in man by acts, as we have said above in Article 2. Therefore God does not cause habits to be in man except by acts. Objection 3. Further, if any habit be infused into man by God, man can by that habit perform many acts. But from those acts a like habit is caused, according to Ethic. ii, 1, 2. Consequently, there will be two habits of the same species in the same man, one acquired, the other infused. Now this seems impossible. For the two forms of the same species cannot be in the same subject. Therefore a habit is not infused into man by God. On the contrary, it is written (Ecclesiasticus 15:5): "God filled him with the spirit of wisdom and understanding." Now wisdom and understanding are habits. Therefore some habits are infused into man by God. I answer that, some habits are infused by God into man for two reasons. The first reason is because there are some habits by which man is disposed to an end which exceeds the proportion of human nature, namely, the ultimate and perfect happiness of man, as stated above in Q. 5, A. 5. And since habits need to be in proportion with that to which man is disposed by them, therefore is it necessary that those habits which dispose to this end exceed the proportion of human nature. Wherefore such habits can never be in man except by divine infusion, as is the case with all gratuitous virtues. The other reason is because God can produce the effects of second causes without these second causes, as we have said in the first part, Q. 105, A. 6. Just as, therefore, sometimes, in order to show His power, He causes health without its natural cause, but which nature could have caused, so also at times, for the manifestation of His power, He infuses into man even those habits which can be caused by a natural power. Thus He gave to the apostles the science of the Scriptures and of all tongues, which men can acquire by study or by custom, but not so perfectly. Reply to Obj. 1: God, in respect of His nature, is the same to all, but in respect of the order of His wisdom, for some fixed motive, gives certain things to some which He does not give to others. Reply to Obj. 2: That God works in all according to their mode does not hinder God from doing what nature cannot do, but it follows from this that He does nothing contrary to that which is suitable to nature. Reply to Obj. 3: Acts produced by an infused habit do not cause a habit, but strengthen the already existing habit, just as the remedies of medicine given to a man who is naturally healthy do not cause a kind of health, but give new strength to the health he had before. End of question 51. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 52 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 52 of the increase of habits in 3 articles. We have now to consider the increase of habits, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether habits increase. Second, whether they increase by addition. Third, whether each act increases the habit. First article: whether habits increase. Objection 1. It would seem that habits cannot increase. For increase concerns quantity, according to Phys. 5:18. But habits are not in the genus of quantity, but in that of quality. Therefore there can be no increase of habits. Objection 2: Further, habit is a perfection, according to Phys. 7:17, 18. But since perfection conveys a notion of end and term, it seems that it cannot be more or less. Therefore a habit cannot increase. Obj. 3: Further, those things which can be more or less are subject to alteration. For that which from being less hot becomes more hot is said to be altered. But in habits there is no alteration, as is proved in Phys. 7, 15, 17. Therefore habits cannot increase. On the contrary, faith is a habit, and yet it increases. Wherefore the disciples said to our Lord in Luke 17:5, "Lord, increase our faith." Therefore habits increase. I answer that, increase, like other things pertaining to quantity, is transferred from bodily quantities to intelligible spiritual things, on account of the natural connection of the intellect with corporeal things, which come under the imagination. Now in corporeal quantities, a thing is said to be great according as it reaches the perfection of quantity due to it. Wherefore a certain quantity is reputed great in man, which is not reputed great in an elephant. And so also in forms, we say a thing is great because it is perfect. And since good has the nature of perfection, therefore, in things which are great, but not in quantity, to be greater is the same as to be better, as Augustine says (De Trin. vi, 8). Now the perfection of a form may be considered in two ways. First, in respect of the form itself; secondly, in respect of the participation of the form by its subject. In so far as we consider the perfections of a form in respect of the form itself, thus the form is said to be little or great; for instance, great or little health or science. But in so far as we consider the perfection of a form in respect of the participation thereof by the subject, it is said to be more or less; for instance, more or less white or healthy. Now this distinction is not to be understood as implying that the form has a being outside its matter or subject, but that it is one thing to consider the form according to its specific nature, and another to consider it in respect of its participation by a subject. In this way, then, there were 4 opinions among the philosophers concerning intensity and remission of habits and forms, as Simplicius relates in his commentary on the Predicaments. For Plotinus and the other Platonists held that qualities and habits themselves were susceptible of more or less, for the reason that they were material, and so had a certain want of definiteness on account of the infinity of matter. Others, on the contrary, held that qualities and habits of themselves were not susceptible of more or less, but that the things affected by them, qualia, are said to be more or less, in respect of the participation of the subject. That, for instance, justice is not more or less, but the just thing. Aristotle alludes to this opinion in the Predicaments, Category 6. The third opinion was that of the Stoics, and lies between the 2 preceding opinions. For they held that some habits are of themselves susceptible of more and less, for instance, the arts; and that some are not, as the virtues. The fourth opinion was held by some, who said that qualities and immaterial forms are not susceptible of more or less, but that material forms are. In order that the truth in this matter be made clear, we must observe that in respect of which a thing receives its species, must be something fixed and stationary, and as it were indivisible. For whatever attains to that thing is contained under the species, and whatever recedes from it, more or less, belongs to another species, more or less perfect. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. viii, 10) that species of things are like numbers, in which addition or subtraction changes the species. If therefore a form, or anything at all, receives its specific nature in respect of itself, or in respect of something belonging to it, it is necessary that, considered in itself, it be something of a definite nature, which can be neither more nor less. Such are heat, whiteness, or other like qualities, which are not denominated from a relation to something else; and much more so, substance, which is per se being. But those things which receive their species from something to which they are related, can be diversified, in respect of themselves, according to more or less; and nonetheless they remain in the same species, on account of the oneness of that to which they are related, and from which they receive their species. For example, movement is in itself more intense or more remiss, and yet it remains in the same species, on account of the oneness of the term by which it is specified. We may observe the same thing in health, for a body attains to the nature of health according as it has a disposition suitable to an animal's nature, to which various dispositions may be suitable; which disposition is therefore variable as regards more or less, and withal the nature of health remains. Whence the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 2, 3): "Health itself may be more or less, for the measure is not the same in all, nor is it always the same in one individual, but down to a certain point it may decrease and still remain health." Now these various dispositions and measures of health are by way of excess and defect. Wherefore if the name of health were given to the most perfect measure, then we should not speak of health as greater or less. Thus therefore it is clear how a quality or form may increase or decrease of itself, and how it cannot. But if we consider a quality or form in respect of its participation by the subject, thus again we find that some qualities and forms are susceptible of more or less, and some not. Now Simplicius assigns the cause of this diversity to the fact that substance in itself cannot be susceptible of more or less, because it is per se being; and therefore every form which is participated substantially by its subject cannot vary in intensity and remission. Wherefore in the genus of substance nothing is said to be more or less. And because quantity is nigh to substance, and because shape follows on quantity, therefore is it that neither in these can there be such a thing as more or less. Whence the Philosopher says (Phys. vii, 15) that when a thing receives form and shape, it is not said to be altered, but to be made. But other qualities, which are further removed from quantity, and are connected with passions and actions, are susceptible of more or less in respect of their participation by the subject. Now it is possible to explain yet further the reason of this diversity. For, as we have said, that from which a thing receives its species must remain indivisibly fixed and constant in something indivisible. Wherefore in two ways it may happen that a form cannot be participated more or less. First, because the participator has its species in respect of that form; and for this reason no substantial form is participated more or less. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. viii, 10) that "as a number cannot be more or less, so neither can that which is in the species of substance, that is, in respect of its participation of the specific form. But in so far as substance may be with matter, that is, in respect of material dispositions, more or less are found in substance. Secondly, this may happen from the fact that the form is essentially indivisible, wherefore if anything participate that form, it must needs participate in its respect of its indivisibility. For this reason, we do not speak of the species of number as varying in respect of more or less, because each species thereof is constituted by an indivisible unity. The same is to be said of the species of continuous quantity, which are denominated from numbers, as 2 cubits long, 3 cubits long, and of relations of quantity, as double and triple, and of figures of quantity, as triangle and tetragon. This same explanation is given by Aristotle in the Predicaments, in Category 6, where, in explaining why figures are not susceptible of more or less, he says: "Things which are given the nature of a triangle or a circle are accordingly triangles and circles. To wit, because indivisibility is essential to the notion of such, wherefore whatever participates their nature must participate in its indivisibility. It is clear, therefore, since we speak of habits and dispositions in respect of a relation to something, as is mentioned in Phys. 7:17, that in two ways intensity and remission may be observed in habits and dispositions. First, in respect of the habit itself. Thus, for instance, we speak of greater or less health, greater or less science, which extends to more or fewer things. Secondly, in respect of participation by the subject, in so far as equal science or health is participated more in one than in another, according to a diverse aptitude arising either from nature or from custom. For habit and disposition do not give species to the subject, nor again do they essentially imply indivisibility. We shall say further on, in Q. 66, Art. 1, how it is with the virtues. Reply to Obj. 1: As the word "great" is taken from corporeal quantities and applied to the intelligible perfections of forms, so also is the word "growth," the term of which is something great. Reply to Obj. 2: Habit is indeed a perfection, but not a perfection which is the term of its subject, for instance, a term giving the subject its specific being; nor again does the nature of a habit include the notion of term, as do the species of numbers. Wherefore there is nothing to hinder it from being susceptible of more or less. Reply to Obj. 3: Alteration is primarily indeed in the qualities of the third species, but secondarily it may be in the qualities of the first species. For, supposing an alteration as to hot and cold, there follows in an animal an alteration as to health and sickness. In like manner, if an alteration take place in the passions of the sensitive appetite, or the sensitive powers of apprehension, an alteration follows as to science and virtue, as mentioned in Phys. 8:20. Second article: Whether habit increases by addition. Objection 1: It would seem that the increase of habits is by way of addition. For the word "increase," as we have said, is transferred to forms from corporeal quantities. But in corporeal quantities there is no increase without addition: wherefore it is said On Generation and Corruption 1:31 that increase is an addition to a magnitude already existing. Therefore, in habits also there is no increase without addition. Obj. 2: Further, habit is not increased except by means of some agent. But every agent does something in the passive subject. For instance, that which heats causes heat in that which is heated. Therefore, there is no increase without addition. Obj. 3: Further, as that which is not white is in potentiality to be white, so that which is less white is in potentiality to be more white. But that which is not white is not made white except by the addition of whiteness. Therefore, that which is less white is not made more white except by an added whiteness. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Phys. iv, 84), "That which is hot is made hotter, without making, in the matter, something hot that was not hot, when the thing was less hot." Therefore, in like manner, neither is any addition made in other forms when they increase. I answer that, the solution of this question depends on what we have said above (A. 1). For we said that increase and decrease in forms which are capable of intensity and remissness happen in one way not on the part of the very form considered in itself, through the diverse participation thereof by the subject. Wherefore such increase of habits and other forms is not caused by an addition of form to form, but by the subject participating more or less perfectly one and the same form. And just as, by an agent which is in act, something is made actually hot, beginning, as it were, to participate a form, not as though the form itself were made, as is proved in Metaph. vii, 32, so, by an intense action of the agent, something is made more hot, as it were participating the form more perfectly, not as though something were added to the form. For if this increase in forms were understood to be by way of addition, this could only be either in the form itself or in the subject. If it be understood of the form itself, it has already been stated (A. 1) that such an addition or subtraction would change the species, even as the species of color is changed when a thing from being pale becomes white. If, on the other hand, this addition be understood as applying to the subject, this could only be either because one part of the subject receives a form which it had not previously: thus we may say cold increases in a man who, after being cold in one part of his body, is cold in several parts; or because some other subject is added sharing in the same form, as when a hot thing is added to another, or one white thing to another. But in either of these two ways we have not a more white or a more hot thing, but a greater white or hot thing. Since, however, as stated above (A. 1), certain accidents are of themselves susceptible of more or less, in some of these we may find increase by addition. For movement increases by an addition either to the time it lasts or to the course it follows, and yet the species remains the same on account of the oneness of the term. Yet movement increases the intensity as to the participation in its subject, that is, in so far as the same movement can be executed more or less speedily or readily. In like manner, science can increase in itself by addition. Thus, when anyone learns several conclusions of geometry, the same specific habit of science increases in that man. Yet a man's science increases, as to the subject's participation thereof, in intensity, insofar as one man is quicker and readier than another in considering the same conclusions. As to bodily habits, it does not seem very probable that they receive increase by way of addition. For an animal is not said to be simply healthy or beautiful, unless it be such in all its parts. And if it be brought to a more perfect measure, this is the result of a change in the simple qualities, which are not susceptible of increase save in intensity on the part of the subject partaking of them. How this question affects virtues we shall state further on, in question 66, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 1. Even in bodily bulk, increase is twofold. First, by addition of one subject to another, such is the increase of living things. Secondly, by mere intensity, without any addition at all. Such is the case with things subject to rarefaction, as is stated in Phys. 4:63. Reply to Obj. 2. The cause that increases a habit always affects something in the subject, but not a new form. But it causes the subject to partake more perfectly of a pre-existing form, or it makes the form to extend further. Reply to Obj. 3. What is not already white is potentially white, as not yet possessing the form of whiteness. Hence the agent causes a new form in the subject. But that which is less hot or white is not in potentiality to those forms, since it has them already actually. But it is in potentiality to a perfect mode of participation, and this it receives through the agent's action. Third article. Whether every act increases its habit. Objection 1. It would seem that every act increases its habit. For when the cause is increased, the effect is increased. Now acts are causes of habits, as stated above in question 51, Article 2. Therefore, a habit increases when its acts are multiplied. Objection 2. Further, of like things, a like judgment should be formed. But all the acts proceeding from one and the same habit are alike, as is stated in Ethic. ii, 1, 2. Therefore, if some acts increase a habit, every act should increase it. Objection 3. Further, like is increased by like. But any act is like the habit whence it proceeds. Therefore, every act increases the habit. On the contrary, opposite effects do not result from the same cause. But according to Ethic. ii, 2, some acts lessen the habit whence they proceed, for instance, if they be done carelessly. Therefore, it is not every act that increases a habit. I answer that, like acts cause like habits, according to Ethic. ii, 1, 2. Now things are like or unlike, not only in respect of their qualities being the same or various, but also in respect of the same or a different mode of participation. For it is not only black that is unlike white, but also less white is unlike more white, since there is a movement from less white to more white, even as from one opposite to another, as stated in Phys. 5:52. But since use of habits depends on the will, as was shown above in question 50, Article 5, just as one who has a habit may fail to use it, or may act contrary to it, so may he happen to use the habit by performing an act
that is not in proportion to the intensity of the habit. Accordingly, if the intensity of the act correspond in proportion to the intensity of the habit, or even surpass it, every such act either increases the habit or disposes to an increase thereof, if we may speak of the increase of habits as we do of the increase of an animal. For not every morsel of food actually increases the animal's size, as neither does every drop of water hollow out the stone. But the multiplication of food results at last in an increase of the body. So too, repeated acts cause a habit to grow. If, however, the act falls short of the intensity of the habit, such an act does not dispose to an increase of that habit, but rather to a lessening thereof. From this it is clear how to solve the objections.
End of question 52. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 53 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 53. How habits are corrupted or diminished, in 3 articles. We must now consider how habits are lost or weakened, and under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether a habit can be corrupted. Second, whether it can be diminished. Third, how are habits corrupted or diminished? First article. Whether a habit can be corrupted. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit cannot be corrupted. For habit is within its subject like a second nature, wherefore it is pleasant to act from habit. Now, so long as a thing is, its nature is not corrupted. Therefore, neither can a habit be corrupted, so long as its subject remains. Objection 2. Further, whenever a form is corrupted, this is due either to corruption of its subject or to its contrary. Thus, sickness ceases through corruption of the animal, or through the advent of health. Now science, which is a habit, cannot be lost through corruption of its subject, since the intellect, which is its subject, is a substance that is incorruptible, according to De Anima 165. In like manner, neither can it be lost through the action of its contrary, since intelligible species are not contrary to one another, according to Phys. 752. Therefore, the habit of science can nowise be lost. Objection 3. Further, all corruption results from some movement. But the habit of science, which is in the soul, cannot be corrupted by a direct movement of the soul itself, since the soul is not moved directly. It is, however, moved indirectly through the movement of the body. And yet no bodily change seems capable of corrupting the intelligible species residing in the intellect. Since the intellect independently of the body is the proper abode of the species, for which reason it is held that habits are not lost either through old age or through death. Therefore, science cannot be corrupted. For the same reason, neither can habits of virtue be corrupted, since they are also in the rational soul, and, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics 1:10, virtue is more lasting than learning. On the contrary, the Philosopher says On Longness and Shortness of Life too that forgetfulness and deception are the corruption of science. Moreover, by sinning,
a man loses a habit of virtue, and again, virtues are engendered and corrupted by contrary acts, according to Ethic. ii, 2. I answer that, a form is said to be corrupted directly by its contrary; indirectly, through its subject being corrupted. When therefore a habit has a corruptible subject, and a cause that has a contrary, it can be corrupted both ways. This is clearly the case with bodily habits, for instance, health and sickness. But those habits that have an incorruptible subject cannot be corrupted indirectly. There are, however, some habits which, while residing chiefly in an incorruptible subject, reside nevertheless secondarily in a corruptible subject. Such is the habit of science, which is chiefly indeed in the possible intellect, but secondarily in the sensitive powers of apprehension, as stated above (Q. 50, A. 3, third reply). Consequently, the habit of science cannot be corrupted indirectly on the part of the possible intellect, but only on the part of the lower sensitive powers. We must therefore inquire whether habits of this kind can be corrupted directly. If then there be a habit having a contrary, either on the part of itself or on the part of its cause, it can be corrupted directly. But if it has no contrary, it cannot be corrupted directly. Now it is evident that an intelligible species residing in the possible intellect has no contrary; nor can the active intellect, which is the cause of that species, have a contrary. Wherefore, if in the possible intellect there be a habit caused immediately by the active intellect, such a habit is incorruptible both directly and indirectly. Such are the habits of the first principles, both speculative and practical, which cannot be corrupted by any forgetfulness or deception whatever. Even as the Philosopher says about prudence in Ethic. vi, 5 that "it cannot be lost by being forgotten." There is, however, in the possible intellect, a habit caused by the reason, to wit, the habit of conclusions, which is called science, to the cause of which something may be contrary in two ways. First, on the part of those very propositions which are the starting point of the reason: for the assertion "good is not good" is contrary to the assertion "good is good." Secondly, on the part of the process of reasoning, forasmuch as a sophistical syllogism is contrary to a dialectic or demonstrative syllogism. Wherefore it is clear that a false reason can corrupt the habit of a true opinion or even of science. Hence the Philosopher, as stated above, says that "deception is the corruption of science." As to virtues, some of them are intellectual, residing in reason itself, as stated in Ethic. vi, 1, and to these applies what we have said of science and opinion. Some, however, notably the moral virtues, are in the appetitive part of the soul, and the same may be said of the contrary vices. Now the habits of the appetitive part are caused therein because it is natural to it to be moved by the reason. Therefore a habit, either of virtue or of vice, may be corrupted by a judgment of reason, whenever its motion is contrary to such vice or virtue, whether through ignorance, passion, or deliberate choice. Reply Obj. 1: As stated in Ethic. vii, 10, a habit is like a second nature, and yet it falls short of it. And so it is that while the nature of a thing cannot in any way be taken away from a thing, a habit is removed, though with difficulty. Reply Obj. 2: Although there is no contrary to intelligible species, yet there can be a contrary to assertions and to the process of reason, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: Science is not taken away by movement of the body, if we consider the root itself of the habit, but only as it may prove an obstacle to the act of science, in so far as the intellect, in its act, has need of the sensitive powers, which are impeded by corporal transmutation. But the intellectual movement of the reason can corrupt the habit of science, even as regards the very root of the habit. In like manner, a habit of virtue can be corrupted. Nevertheless, when it is said that virtue is more lasting than learning, this must be understood in respect not of the subject or cause, but of the act, because the use of virtue continues through the whole of life, whereas the use of learning does not. Second article: Whether a habit can diminish. Objection 1: It would seem that a habit cannot diminish. Because a habit is a simple quality and form. Now a simple thing is possessed either wholly or not at all. Therefore, although a habit can be lost, it cannot diminish. Objection 2: Further, if a thing is befitting an accident, this is by reason either of the accident or of its subject. Now a habit does not become more or less intense by reason of itself. Else it would follow that a species might be predicated of its individuals more or less. And if it can become less intense as to its participation by its subject, it would follow that something is accidental to a habit, proper thereto, and not common to the habit and to its subject. Now, whenever a form has something proper to it besides its subject, that form can be separate, as stated in De Anima i, 13. Hence it follows that a habit is a separable form, which is impossible. Obj. 3: Further, the very notion and nature of a habit, as of any accident, is inherence in a subject. Wherefore any accident is defined with reference to its subject. Therefore, if a habit does not become more or less intense in itself, neither can it in its inherence in its subject, and consequently it will be nowise less intense. On the contrary, it is natural for contraries to be applicable to the same thing. Now increase and decrease are contraries. Since therefore a habit can increase, it seems that it can also diminish. I answer that, habits diminish, just as they increase, in two ways, as we have already explained in Q. 52, A. 1. And since they increase through the same cause as that which engenders them, so too they diminish by the same cause as that which corrupts them. Since the diminishing of a habit is the road which leads to its corruption, even as, on the other hand, the engendering of a habit is a foundation of its increase. Reply Obj. 1: A habit, considered in itself, is a simple form. It is not thus that it is subject to decrease, but according to the different ways in which its subject participates in it. This is due to the fact that the subject's potentiality is indeterminate, through its being able to participate a form in various ways, or to extend to a greater or smaller number of things. Reply Obj. 2: This argument would hold if the essence itself of a habit were nowise subject to decrease. This we do not say, but that a certain decrease in the essence of a habit has its origin, not in the habit but in its subject. Reply Obj. 3: No matter how we take an accident, its very notion implies dependence on a subject, but in different ways. For if we take an accident in the abstract, it implies relation to a subject, which relation begins in the accident and terminates in the subject. For whiteness is that whereby a thing is white. Accordingly, in defining an accident in the abstract, we do not put the subject as though it were the first part of the definition, notably the genus, but we give it the second place, which is that of the difference. Thus we say that simitas is a curvature of the nose. But if we take accidents in the concrete, the relation begins in the subject and terminates in the concrete. The relation begins in the subject and terminates at the accident. For a white thing is something that has whiteness. Accordingly, in defining this kind of accident, we place the subject as the genus, which is the first part of a definition. For we say that a simum is a snub nose. Accordingly, whatever is befitting an accident on the part of the subject, but is not of the very essence of the accident, is ascribed to that accident, not in the abstract, but in the concrete. Such are increase and decrease in certain accidents, wherefore to be more or less white is not ascribed to whiteness, but to a white thing. The same applies to habits and other qualities, save that certain habits increase or diminish by a kind of addition, as we have already clearly explained in question 52, Article 2. Third article: whether a habit is corrupted or diminished through mere cessation from act. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit is not corrupted or diminished through mere cessation from act. For habits are more lasting than passion-like qualities, as we have explained above in question 49, Article 2, third reply, and in question 50, Article 1. But passion-like qualities are neither corrupted nor diminished by cessation from act. For whiteness is not lessened through not affecting the sight, nor heat through ceasing to make something hot. Therefore, neither are habits diminished or corrupted through cessation from act. Objection 2: Further, corruption and diminution are changes. Now nothing is changed without a moving cause. Since, therefore, cessation from act does not imply a moving cause, it does not appear how a habit can be diminished or corrupted through cessation from act. Objection 3: Further, the habits of science and virtue are in the intellectual soul which is above time. Now those things that are above time are neither destroyed nor diminished by length of time. Neither, therefore, are such habits destroyed or diminished through length of time if one fails for long to exercise them. On the contrary, the Philosopher says On Longness and Shortness of Life too, that not only deception, but also forgetfulness is the corruption of science. Moreover, he says in Ethics 8:5 that want of intercourse has dissolved many a friendship. In like manner, other habits of virtue are diminished or destroyed through cessation from act. I answer that, as stated in Phys. 7:27, a thing is a cause of movement in two ways. First, directly, and such a thing causes movement by reason of its proper form. Thus fire causes heat. Secondly, indirectly, for instance, that which removes an obstacle. It is in this latter way that the destruction or diminution of a habit results through cessation from act, in so far, to wit, as we cease from exercising an act which overcame the causes that destroyed or weakened that habit.
For it has been stated in Article 1 that habits are destroyed or diminished directly through some contrary agency. Consequently, all habits that are gradually undermined by contrary agencies which need to be counteracted by acts proceeding from those habits, are diminished or even destroyed altogether by long cessation from act, as is clearly seen in the case both of science and of virtue. For it is evident that a habit of moral virtue makes a man ready to choose the mean in deeds and passions. And when a man fails to make use of his virtuous habit in order to moderate his own passions or deeds, the necessary result is that many passions and deeds fail to observe the mode of virtue by reason of the inclination of the sensitive appetite and of other external agencies. Wherefore, virtue is destroyed or lessened through cessation from act. The same applies to the intellectual habits, which render man ready to judge aright of those things that are pictured by his imagination. Hence, when man ceases to make use of his intellectual habits, strange fancies, sometimes in opposition to them, arise in his imagination, so that, unless those fancies be, as it were, cut off or kept back by frequent use of his intellectual habits, man becomes less fit to judge aright, and sometimes is even wholly disposed to the contrary, and thus the intellectual habit is diminished or even wholly destroyed by cessation from act. Reply to Obj. 1: Even heat would be destroyed through ceasing to give heat, if, for this same reason, cold, which is destructive of heat, were to increase. Reply to Obj. 2: Cessation from act is a moving cause, conducive of corruption or diminution, by removing the obstacles thereto, as explained above. Reply to Obj. 3: The intellectual part of the soul, considered in itself, is above time, but the sensitive part is subject to time, and therefore in course of time it undergoes change as to the passions of the sensitive part, and also as to the powers of apprehension. Hence the Philosopher says (Phys. iv, 117) that time makes us forget.
End of question 53. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 54 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on Habits. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on Habits. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 54. Of the distinction of habits, in 4 articles. We have now to consider the distinction of habits, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether many habits can be in one power. Second, whether habits are distinguished by their objects. Third, whether habits are divided into good and bad. Fourth, whether one habit may be made up of many habits. First article: whether many habits can be in one power. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be many habits in one power. For when several things are distinguished in respect of the same thing, if one of them be multiplied, the others are too. Now habits and powers are distinguished in respect of the same thing, notably their acts and objects. Therefore they are multiplied in like manner. Therefore there cannot be many habits in one power. Objection 2. Further, a power is a simple force. Now in one simple subject there cannot be diversity of accidents.
for the subject is the cause of its accidents, and it does not appear how diverse effects can proceed from one simple cause. Therefore there cannot be many habits in one power. Obj. 3: Further, just as the body is informed by its shape, so is a power informed by a habit. But one body cannot be informed at the same time by various shapes. Therefore neither can a power be informed at the same time by many habits. Therefore several habits cannot be at the same time in one power. On the contrary, the intellect is one power, wherein, nevertheless, are the habits of various sciences. I answer that, as stated above in question 49, Article 4, habits are dispositions of a thing that is in potentiality to something, either to nature or to operation, which is the end of nature. As to those habits which are dispositions to nature, it is clear that several can be in one same subject, since in one subject we may take parts in various ways, according to the various dispositions, of which parts there are various habits. Thus, if we take the humors as being parts of the human body, according to their disposition in respect of human nature, we have the habit or disposition of health; while, if we take like parts, such as nerves, bones, and flesh, the disposition of these in respect of nature is strength or weakness; whereas, if we take the limbs, that is, the hands, feet, and so on, the disposition of these in proportion to nature is beauty. And thus there are several habits or dispositions in the same subject. If, however, we speak of those habits that are dispositions to operation, and belong properly to the powers, thus again there may be several habits in one power. The reason for this is that the subject of a habit is a passive power, as stated above in question 51, Article 2. For it is only an active power that cannot be the subject of a habit, as was clearly shown above in question 51, Article 2. Now a passive power is compared to the determinate act of any species as matter to form, because, just as matter is determinate to one form by one agent, so too is a passive power determined by the nature of one active object to an act specifically one. Wherefore, just as several objects can move one passive power, so can one passive power be the subject of several acts or perfections specifically diverse. Now habits are qualities or forms adhering to a power, and inclining that power to acts of a determinate species. Consequently, several habits, even as several specifically different acts, can belong to one power. Reply to Obj. 1. Even as in natural things, diversity of species is according to the form, and diversity of genus according to matter, as stated in Metaphysics 5:33, since things that differ in matter belong to different genera. So too, generic diversity of objects entails a difference of powers. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:1 that those objects that differ generically belong to different departments of the soul, while specific difference of objects entails a specific difference of acts, and consequently of habits also. Now things that differ in genus differ in species, but not vice versa. Wherefore the acts and habits of different powers differ in species, but it does not follow that different habits are in different powers, for several can be in one power. And even as several genera may be included in one genus, and several species be contained in one species, so does it happen that there are several species of habits and powers. Reply to Obj. 2. Although a power is simple as to its essence, it is multiple virtually, inasmuch as it extends to many specifically different acts. Consequently, there is nothing to prevent many superficially different habits from being in one power. Reply to Obj. 3. A body is informed by its shape as by its own terminal boundaries, whereas a habit is not the terminal boundary of a power, but the disposition of a power to an act as to its ultimate term. Consequently, one same power cannot have several acts at the same time, except insofar as perchance one act is comprised in another, just as neither can a body have several shapes, save insofar as one shape enters into another, as a three-sided in a four-sided figure. For the intellect cannot understand several things at the same time actually, and yet it can know several things at the same time habitually. Second article: whether habits are distinguished by their objects. Objection 1. It would seem that habits are not distinguished by their objects. For contraries differ in species. Now the same habit of science regards contraries. Thus medicine regards the healthy and the unhealthy. Therefore, habits are not distinguished by objects specifically distinct. Objection 2. Further, different sciences are different habits. But the same scientific truth belongs to different sciences. Thus both the physicist and the astronomer prove the earth to be round, as stated in Physics 2:17. Therefore, habits are not distinguished by their objects. Objection 3. Further, whenever the act is the same, the object is the same. But the same act can belong to different habits of virtue, if it be directed to different ends. Thus to give money to anyone, if it be done for God's sake, is an act of charity, while if it be done in order to pay a debt, it is an act of justice. Therefore, the same object can also belong to different habits. Therefore, diversity of habits does not follow diversity of objects. On the contrary, acts differ in species according to the diversity of their objects, as stated above in Question 18, Article 5. But habits are dispositions to acts. Therefore, habits also are distinguished according to the diversity of objects. I answer that a habit is both a form and a habit. Hence, the specific distinction of habits may be taken in the ordinary way in which forms differ specifically, or according to that mode of distinction which is proper to habits. Accordingly, forms are distinguished from one another in reference to the diversity of their active principles, since every agent produces its like in species. Habits, however, imply order to something, and all things that imply order to something are distinguished according to the distinction of the things to which they are ordained. Now a habit is a disposition implying a twofold order, notably to nature and to an operation consequent to nature. Accordingly, habits are specifically distinct in respect of three things. First, in respect of the active principles of such dispositions. Secondly, in respect of nature. Thirdly, in respect of specifically different objects, as will appear from what follows. Reply to Objection 1. In distinguishing powers, or also habits, we must consider the object not in its material, but in its formal aspect, which may differ in species or even in genus. And although the distinction between specific contraries is a real distinction, yet they are both known under one aspect, since one is known through the other. And consequently, insofar as they concur in the one aspect of cognoscibility, they belong to one cognitive habit. Reply Obj. 2. The physicist proves the earth to be round by one means, the astronomer by another, for the latter proves this by means of mathematics, that is, by the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, that is, by the movement of heavy bodies towards the center and so forth. Now the whole force of a demonstration, which is a syllogism producing science, as stated in the Posterior Analytics 1:5, depends on the mean, and consequently various means are as so many active principles, in respect of which the habits of science are distinguished. Reply Obj. 3. As the Philosopher says in Phys. 2:89, as well as in Ethics 7:8, the end is, in practical matters, what the principle is in speculative matters. Consequently, diversity of ends demands a diversity of virtues, even as diversity of active principles does. Moreover, the ends are objects of the internal acts, with which, above all, the virtues are concerned, as is evident from what has been said in Question 18, Article 6, Question 19, Article 2, First Reply, as well as in Question 34, Article 4. Third article: Whether habits are divided into good and bad. Objection 1. It would seem that habits are not divided into good and bad. For good and bad are contraries. Now the same habit regards contraries, as was stated above in Article 2, First Objection. Therefore habits are not divided into good and bad. Objection 2. Further, good is convertible with being, so that, since it is common to all, it cannot be accounted as a specific difference, as the Philosopher declares in the Topics 4. Again, evil, since it is a privation and a non-being, cannot differentiate any being. Therefore habits cannot be specifically divided into good and evil. Objection 3. Further, there can be different evil habits about one same object. For instance, intemperance and insensibility about matters of concupiscence. And in like manner, there can be several good habits, for instance, human virtue and heroic or godlike virtue, as the Philosopher clearly states in Ethics 7:1. Therefore habits are not divided into good and bad. On the contrary, a good habit is contrary to a bad habit, as virtue to vice. Now contraries are divided specifically into good and bad habits. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, habits are specifically distinct not only in respect of their objects and active principles, but also in their relation to nature. Now this happens in two ways. First, by reason of their suitableness or unsuitableness to nature. In this way, a good habit is specifically distinct from a bad habit, since a good habit is one which disposes to an act suitable to the agent's nature, while an evil habit is one which disposes to an act unsuitable to nature. Thus, acts of virtue are suitable to human nature, since they are according to reason, whereas acts of vice are discordant from human nature, since they are against reason. Hence it is clear that habits are distinguished specifically by the difference of good and bad. Secondly, habits are distinguished in relation to nature, from the fact that one habit disposes to an act that is suitable to a lower nature, while another habit disposes to an act befitting a higher nature. And thus human virtue, which disposes to an act befitting human nature, is distinct from godlike or heroic virtue, which disposes to an act befitting some higher nature. Reply to Obj. 1. The same habit may be about contraries insofar as contraries agree in one common aspect. Never, however, does it happen that contrary habits are in one species, since contrariety of habits follows contrariety of aspect. Accordingly, habits are divided into good and bad, namely, inasmuch as one habit is good and another bad, but not by reason of one habit being about something good and another about something bad. Reply to Obj. 2. It is not the good which is common to every being, that is a difference constituting the species of a habit, but some determinate good by reason of suitability to some determinate, notably the human, nature. In like manner, the evil that constitutes a difference of habits is not a pure privation, but something determinate, repugnant to a determinate nature. Reply to Obj. 3. Several good habits about one same specific thing are distinct in reference to their suitability to various natures, as stated above. But several bad habits in respect of one action are distinct in reference to their diverse repugnance to that which is in keeping with nature. Thus, various vices about one same matter are contrary to one virtue. Fourth article: whether one habit is made up of many habits. Objection 1. It would seem that one habit is made up of many habits. For whatever is engendered not at once, but little by little, seems to be made up of several parts. But a habit is engendered, not at once, but little by little out of several acts, as stated above in Q. 51, A. 3. Therefore, one habit is made up of several. Obj. 2. Further, a whole is made up of its parts. Now many parts are assigned to one habit. Thus Tully assigns many parts of fortitude, temperance, and other virtues. Therefore, one habit is made up of many. Obj. 3. Further, one conclusion suffices both for an act and for a habit of scientific knowledge. But many conclusions belong to but one science, to geometry, for instance, or to arithmetic. Therefore, one habit is made up of many. On the contrary, a habit, since it is a quality, is a simple form. But nothing simple is made up of many. Therefore, one habit is not made up of many. I answer that a habit directed to operation, such as we are chiefly concerned with at present, is a perfection of a power. Now every perfection should be in proportion with that which it perfects. Hence, just as a power, while it is one, extends to many things, in so far as they have something in common, that is, some general objective aspect, so also a habit extends to many things, insofar as they are related to one, for instance, to some specific objective aspect, or to one nature, or to one principle, as was clearly stated above (Articles 2 and 3). If then we consider a habit as to the extent of its object, we shall find a certain multiplicity therein. But since this multiplicity is directed to one thing, on which the habit is chiefly intent, hence it is that a habit is a simple quality, not composed to several habits, even though it extend to many things. For a habit does not extend to many things save in relation to one, whence it derives its unity. Reply to Obj. 1. That a habit is engendered little by little is due not to one part being engendered after another, but to the fact that the subject does not acquire all at once a firm and difficultly changeable disposition, and also to the fact that it begins by being imperfectly in the subject and is gradually perfected. The same applies to other qualities. Reply to Obj. 2. The parts which are assigned to each cardinal virtue are not integral parts that combine to form a whole, but subjective or potential parts, as we shall explain further on in Question 57, Article 6, fourth reply, as well as in the Pars Secunda Secundae, Question 48. Reply to Obj. 3. In any science, he who acquires, by demonstration, scientific knowledge of one conclusion, has the habit indeed, yet imperfectly. And when he obtains, by demonstration, the scientific knowledge of another conclusion, no additional habit is engendered in him. But the habit which was in him previously is perfected, forasmuch as it has increased in extent, because the conclusions and demonstrations of one science are coordinate, and one flows from another. End of question 54. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 55 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular. Good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular. Good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 55. Of the virtues as to their essence, in 4 articles. We come now to the consideration of habits specifically, and since habits, as we have said in question 54, Article 3, are divided into good and bad, we must speak in the first place of good habits, which are virtues, and of other matters connected with them, namely the gifts, beatitudes, and fruits. In the second place, of bad habits, namely of vices and sins. Now 5 things must be considered about virtues. 1. The essence of virtue. 2. Its subject. 3. The division of virtue. 4. The cause of virtue. 5. Certain properties of virtue. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether human virtue is a habit. Second, whether it is an operative habit. Third, whether it is a good habit. Fourth, of the definition of virtue. First article, whether human virtue is a habit. Objection 1. It would seem that human virtue is not a habit. For virtue is the limit of power, according to De Coelo i, 116. But the limit of anything is reducible to the genus of that of which it is the limit, as a point is reducible to the genus of line. Therefore virtue is reducible to the genus of power, and not to the genus of habit. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. ii) that virtue is good use of free will. But use of free will is an act. Therefore virtue is not a habit, but an act. Obj. 3: Further, we do not merit by our habits, but by our actions. Otherwise a man would merit continually, even while asleep. But we do merit by our virtues. Therefore virtues are not habits, but acts. Obj. 4: Further, Augustine says (De Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 15) that virtue is the order of love; and in his 83 Questions, question 30, that the ordering which is called virtue consists in enjoying what we ought to enjoy, and using what we ought to use. Now order or ordering denominates either an action or a relation. Therefore virtue is not a habit, but an action or a relation. Obj. 5: Further, just as there are human virtues, so are there natural virtues. But natural virtues are not habits, but powers. Neither, therefore, are human habits virtues. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Category 6) that science and virtue are habits. I answer that, virtue denotes a certain perfection of a power. Now a thing's perfection is considered chiefly in regard to its end. But the end of power is act: wherefore power is said to be perfect, according as it is determinate to its act. Now there are some powers which of themselves are determinate to their acts, for instance, the active natural powers; and therefore these natural powers are in themselves called virtues. But the rational powers, which are proper to man, are not determinate to one particular action, but are inclined indifferently to many; and they are determinate to acts by means of habits, as is clear from what we have said above (Q. 49, A. 4). Therefore human virtues are habits. Reply Obj. 1: Sometimes we give the name of a virtue to that to which the virtue is directed, namely, either to its object or to its act. For instance, we give the name faith to that which we believe, or to the act of believing, as also to the habit by which we believe. When therefore we say that virtue is the limit of power, virtue is taken for the object of virtue. For the furthest point to which a power can reach is said to be its virtue. For instance, if a man can carry 100 weight and not more, his virtue is put at 100 weight and not at 60. In English we should say strength, which is the original signification of the Latin virtus. Thus we speak of an engine being so many horsepower, to indicate its strength. But the objection takes virtue as being essentially the limit of power. Reply Obj. 2: Good use of free will is said to be a virtue, in the same sense as above (in the First Reply), that is to say, because it is that to which virtue is directed as to its proper act. For the act of virtue is nothing else than the good use of free will. Reply Obj. 3: We are said to merit by something in two ways. First, as by merit itself, just as we are said to run by running, and thus we merit by acts. Secondly, we are said to merit by something as by the principle whereby we merit, as we are said to run by the motive power. And thus are we said to merit by virtues and habits. Reply Obj. 4: When we say that virtue is the order or ordering of love, we refer to the end to which virtue is ordered, because in us love is set in order by virtue. Reply Obj. 5: Natural powers are of themselves determinate to one act. Not so the rational powers, and so there is no comparison, as we have said. Second article: Whether human virtue is an operative habit. Objection 1: It would seem that it is not essential to human virtue to be an operative habit. For Tully says (Tusculum 4) that as health and beauty belong to the body, so virtue belongs to the soul. But health and beauty are not operative habits. Therefore neither is virtue. Obj. 2: Further, in natural things we find virtue, not only in reference to act, but also in reference to being, as is clear from the Philosopher (De Coelo i), since some have a virtue to be always, while some have a virtue to be not always, but at some definite time. Now as natural virtue is in natural things, so is human virtue in rational beings. Therefore also human virtue is referred not only to act, but also to being. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Phys. vii, 17) that virtue is the disposition of a perfect thing to that which is best. Now the best thing to which man needs to be disposed by virtue is God Himself, as Augustine proves (On the Catholic and the Manichaean Ways of Life, 3, 6, 14), to whom the soul is disposed by being made like to Him. Therefore it seems that virtue is a quality of the soul in reference to God, likening it, as it were, to Him, and not in reference to operation. It is not, therefore, an operative habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 6) says that "virtue of a thing is that which makes its work good." I answer that, Virtue, from the very nature of the word, implies some perfection of power, as we have said above (A. 1). Wherefore since power (the one Latin word potentia is rendered potentiality in the first case, and power in the second) is of two kinds, namely, power in reference to being, and power in reference to act, the perfection of each of these is called virtue. But power in reference to being is on the part of matter, which is potential being, whereas power in reference to act is on the part of the form, which is the principle of action, since everything acts in so far as it is in act. Now man is so constituted that the body holds the place of matter, the soul that of form. The body, indeed, man has in common with other animals, and the same is to be said of the forces which are common to the soul and body, and only those forces which are proper to the soul, namely the rational forces, belong to man alone. And therefore human virtue, of which we are speaking now, cannot belong to the body, but belongs only to that which is proper to the soul. Wherefore human virtue does not imply reference to being, but rather to act. Consequently, it is essential to human virtue to be an operative habit. Reply to Obj. 1. Mode of action follows on the disposition of the agent. For such as a thing is, such is its act. And therefore, since virtue is the principle of some kind of operation, there must needs pre-exist in the operator in respect of virtue some corresponding disposition. Now virtue causes an ordered operation. Therefore virtue itself is an ordered disposition of the soul, in so far as, to wit, the powers of the soul are in some way ordered to one another, and to that which is outside. Hence virtue, inasmuch as it is a suitable disposition of the soul, is like health and beauty, which are suitable dispositions of the body. But this does not hinder virtue from being a principle of operation. Reply to Obj. 2. Virtue, which is referred to being, is not proper to man, but only that virtue which is referred to works of reason, which are proper to man. Reply to Obj. 3. As God's substance is His act, the highest likeness of man to God is in respect of some operation. Wherefore, as we have said above (Q. 3, A. 2), happiness or bliss by which man is made most perfectly conformed to God, and which is the end of human life, consists in an operation. Third article: Whether human virtue is a good habit? Objection 1. It would seem that it is not essential to virtue that it should be a good habit. For sin is always taken in a bad sense. But there is a virtue even of sin, according to 1 Corinthians 15:56. The virtue of sin is the law. Therefore, virtue is not always a good habit. Objection 2: Further, virtue corresponds to power. But power is not only referred to good, but also to evil, according to Isaiah 5: "Woe to you that are mighty to drink wine, and stout men at drunkenness." Therefore virtue also is referred to good and evil. Obj. 3: Further, according to the Apostle (2 Corinthians 12:9), virtue is made perfect in infirmity. But infirmity is an evil. Therefore virtue is referred not only to good, but also to evil. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 6): "No one can doubt that virtue makes the soul exceedingly good." And the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6): "Virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise." I answer that, as we have said above (A. 1), virtue implies a perfection of power: wherefore the virtue of a thing is fixed by the limit of its power, according to De Coelo i. Now the limit of any power must needs be good, for all evil implies defect. Wherefore Dionysius says (Div. Nom. ii) that every evil is a weakness. And for this reason the virtue of a thing must be regarded in reference to good. Therefore human virtue, which is an operative habit, is a good habit, productive of good works. Reply to Obj. 1: Just as bad things are said metaphorically to be perfect, so are they said to be good: for we speak of a perfect thief or robber, and of a good thief or robber, as the Philosopher explains (Metaph. v, 21). In this way, therefore, virtue is applied to evil things, so that the virtue of sin is said to be law, in so far as occasionally sin is aggravated through the law, so as to attain the limit of its possibility. Reply Obj. 2: The evil of drunkenness and excessive drink consists in a falling away from the order of reason. Now it happens that, together with this falling away from reason, some lower power is perfect in reference to that which belongs to its own kind, even in direct opposition to reason, or with some falling away therefrom. But the perfection of that power, since it is compatible with a falling away from reason, cannot be called a human virtue. Reply Obj. 3: Reason is shown to be so much more the perfect, according as it is able to overcome or endure more easily the weakness of the body and of the lower powers. And therefore human virtue, which is attributed to reason, is said to be "made perfect in infirmity," not of the reason indeed, but of the body and of the lower powers. Fourth article: Whether virtue is suitably defined? Objection 1: It would seem that the definition usually given of virtue is not suitable, to wit, "Virtue is a good quality of the mind, by which we live righteously, of which no one can make bad use, which God works in us, without us." For virtue is man's goodness, since virtue it is that makes its subject good. But goodness does not seem to be good, as neither is whiteness white. It is therefore unsuitable to describe virtue as a good quality. Obj. 2: Further, no difference is more common than its genus, since it is that which divides the genus. But good is more common than quality, since it is convertible with being. Therefore good should not be put in the definition of virtue as a difference or quality. Obj. 3: Further, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 3), "When we come across anything that is not common to us and the beasts of the field, it is something appertaining to the mind." But there are virtues even of the irrational parts, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 10). Every virtue, therefore, is not a good quality of the mind. Obj. 4: Further, righteousness seems to belong to justice, whence the righteous are called just. But justice is a species of virtue. It is therefore unsuitable to put righteous in the definition of virtue, when we say that virtue is that "by which we live righteously." Obj. 5: Further, whoever is proud of a thing makes bad use of it. But many are proud of virtue, for Augustine says in his Rule that "pride lies in wait for good works, in order to slay them." It is untrue, therefore, that no one can make bad use of virtue. Obj. 6: Further, man is justified by virtue. But Augustine, commenting on John 15:11, "He shall do greater things than these," says, "He who created thee without thee, will not justify thee without thee." It is therefore unsuitable to say that "God works virtue in us without us." On the contrary, we have the authority of Augustine, from whose words this definition is gathered, and principally in De Lib. Arb. ii, 19. I answer that, this definition comprises perfectly the whole essential notion of virtue. For the perfect essential notion of anything is gathered from all its causes. Now the above definition comprises all the causes of virtue. For the formal cause of virtue, as of everything, is gathered from its genus and difference, when it is defined as a good quality. For quality is the genus of virtue, and the difference, good. But the definition would be more suitable if for quality we substitute habit, which is the proximate genus. Now virtue has no matter out of which it is formed, as neither has any other accident; but it has matter about which it is concerned, and matter in which it exists, namely, the subject. The matter about which virtue is concerned is its object, and this could not be included in the above definition, because the object fixes the virtue to a certain species, and here we are giving the definition of virtue in general. And so for material cause we have the subject, which is mentioned when we say that virtue is a good quality of the mind. The end of virtue, since it is an operative habit, is operation. But it must be observed that some operative habits are always referred to evil, as vicious habits. Others are sometimes referred to good, sometimes to evil. For instance, opinion is referred both to the true and to the untrue. Whereas virtue is a habit which is always referred to good, and so the distinction of virtue from those habits which are always referred to evil is expressed in the words, "by which we live righteously," and its distinction from those habits which are sometimes directed unto good, sometimes unto evil, in the words, "of which no one makes bad use." Lastly, God is the efficient cause of infused virtue, to which this definition applies, and this is expressed in the words, "which God works in us without us." If we omit this phrase, the remainder of the definition will apply to all virtues in general, whether acquired or infused. Reply Obj. 1: That which is first seized by the intellect is being, wherefore everything that we apprehend we consider as being, and consequently as one, and as good, which are convertible with being. Wherefore we say that essence is being, and is one, and is good; and that oneness is being, and one, and good; and in like manner, goodness. But this is not the case with specific forms, as whiteness and health. For everything that we apprehend is not apprehended with the notion of white and healthy. We must, however, observe that, as accidents and non-subsistent forms are called beings, not as if they themselves had being, but because things are by them, so also are they called good or one, not by some distinct goodness or oneness, but because by them something is good or one. So also is virtue called good, because by it something is good. Reply Obj. 2: Good, which is put in the definition of virtue, is not good in general, which is convertible with being, and which extends further than quality, but the good as fixed by reason, with regard to which Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that the good of the soul is to be in accord with reason. Reply Obj. 3: Virtue cannot be in the irrational part of the soul, except in so far as this participates in the reason, according to Ethic. I, 13. And therefore reason, or the mind, is the proper subject of virtue. Reply Obj. 4: Justice has a righteousness of its own, by which it puts those outward things right which come into human use, and are the proper matter of justice, as we shall show further on in Q. 60, A. 2, as well as in the Prima Secundae, Q. 58, A. 8. But the righteousness which denotes order to a due end and to the divine law, which is the rule of the human will, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 4), is common to all virtues. Reply Obj. 5: One can make bad use of a virtue objectively, for instance by having evil thoughts about a virtue, for example by hating it, or by being proud of it. But one cannot make bad use of virtue as principle of action, so that an act of virtue be evil. Reply Obj. 6: Infused virtue is caused in us by God without any action on our part, but not without our consent. This is the sense of the words, "which God works in us without us." As to those things which are done by us, God causes them in us, yet not without action on our part, for He works in every will and in every nature. End of question 55. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 56 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 56 of the subject of virtue, in 6 articles. We now have to consider the subject of virtue, about which there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. Second, whether one virtue can be in several powers. Third, whether the intellect can be the subject of virtue. Fourth, whether the irascible and concupiscible faculties can be the subject of virtue. Fifth, whether the sensitive powers of apprehension can be the subject of virtue. Sixth, whether the will can be the subject of virtue. First article: whether the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that the subject of virtue is not a power of the soul. For Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. ii, 19) that "virtue is that by which we live righteously." But we live by the essence of the soul, and not by a power of the soul. Therefore virtue is not a power, but in the essence of the soul. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6) that "virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise." But as work is set up by power, so he that has a virtue is set up by the essence of the soul. Therefore virtue does not belong to the power, any more than to the essence of the soul. Obj. 3: Further, power is in the second species of quality. But virtue is a quality, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 4). And quality is not the subject of quality. Therefore a power of the soul is not the subject of virtue. On the contrary, virtue is the limit of power, according to De Coelo ii. But the limit is in that of which it is the limit. Therefore virtue is in a power of the soul. I answer that, it can be proved in 3 ways that virtue belongs to a power of the soul. First, from the notion of the very essence of virtue, which implies perfection of a power. For perfection is in that which it perfects. Secondly, from the fact that virtue is an operative habit, as we have said above in Q. 55, A. 2. For all operation proceeds from the soul through a power. Thirdly, from the fact that virtue disposes to that which is best. For the best is the end, which is either a thing's operation, or something acquired by an operation proceeding from the thing's power. Therefore, a power of the soul is the subject of virtue. Reply Obj. 1: To live may be taken in two ways. Sometimes it is taken for the very existence of the living thing. In this way it belongs to the essence of the soul, which is the principle of existence in the living thing. But sometimes to live is taken for the operation of the living thing. In this sense, by virtue we live righteously, inasmuch as by virtue we perform righteous actions. Reply Obj. 2: Good is either the end, or something referred to the end. And therefore, since the good of the worker consists in the work, this fact also, that virtue makes the worker good, is referred to the work, and consequently to the power. Reply Obj. 3: One accident is said to be the subject of another, not as though one accident could uphold another, but because one accident inheres to substance by means of another, as color to the body by means of the surface, so that surface is said to be the subject of color. In this way a power of the soul is said to be the subject of virtue. Second article: Whether one virtue can be in several powers. Objection 1: It would seem that one virtue can be in several powers. For habits are known by their acts. But one act proceeds in various ways from several powers. Thus walking proceeds from the reason as directing, from the will as moving, and from the motive power as executing. Therefore also one habit can be in several powers. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 4) that three things are required for virtue, namely, to know, to will, and to work steadfastly. But to know belongs to the intellect, and to will belongs to the will. Therefore virtue can be in several powers. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is in the reason, since it is "the right reason of things to be done," according to Ethic. vi, 5. And it is also in the will, for it cannot exist together with a perverse will, according to Ethic. vi, 12. Therefore one virtue can be in two powers. On the contrary, the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. But the same accident cannot be in several subjects. Therefore one virtue cannot be in several powers of the soul. I answer that, it happens in two ways that one thing is subjected in two. First, so that it is in both on an equal footing. In this way it is impossible for one virtue to be in two powers, since diversity of powers follows the generic conditions of the objects, while the diversity of habits follows the specific conditions thereof. And so wherever there is diversity of powers, there is diversity of habits, but not vice versa. In another way, one thing can be subjected in two or more, not on an equal footing, but in a certain order. And thus one virtue can belong to several powers, so that it is in one chiefly, while it extends to others by a kind of diffusion, or by way of a disposition, in so far as one power is moved by another, and one power receives from another. Reply Obj. 1: One act cannot belong to several powers equally and in the same degree, but only from different points of view and in various degrees. Reply Obj. 2: To know is a condition required for moral virtue, inasmuch as moral virtue works according to right reason. But moral virtue is essentially in the appetite. Reply Obj. 3: Prudence is really subjected in reason, but it presupposes as its principle the rectitude of the will, as we shall see further on in A. 3, as well as in Q. 57, A. 4. Third article: Whether the intellect can be in the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that the intellect is not the subject of virtue. For Augustine says (De Catholic. and Manichaean Ways of Life, 15) that all virtue is love. But the subject of love is not the intellect, but the appetitive power alone. Therefore no virtue is in the intellect. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is referred to good, as is clear from what has been said above (Q. 55, A. 3). Now good is not the object of the intellect, but of the appetitive power. Therefore the subject of virtue is not the intellect, but the appetitive power. Obj. 3: Further, virtue is that "which makes its possessor good," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6. But the habit which perfects the intellect does not make its possessor good: since a man is not said to be a good man on account of his science or his art. Therefore the intellect is not the subject of virtue. On the contrary, the mind is chiefly called the intellect. But the subject of virtue is the mind, as is clear from the definition, above given, of virtue (Q. 55, A. 4). Therefore the intellect is the subject of virtue. I answer that, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 3), a virtue is a habit by which we work well. Now a habit may be directed to a good act in two ways. First, in so far as by the habit a man acquires an aptness to a good act. For instance, by the habit of grammar, man has the aptness to speak correctly. But grammar does not make a man always speak correctly. For a grammarian may be guilty of barbarism or make a solecism: and the case is the same with other sciences and arts. Secondly, a habit may confer not only aptness to act, but also the right use of that aptness. For instance, justice not only gives man the prompt will to do just actions, but also makes him act justly. And since good, and in like manner being, is said of a thing simply, in respect not of what it is potentially, but of what it is actually, therefore from having habits of the latter sort, man is said simply to do good, and to be good: for instance, because he is just or temperate, and in like manner as regards other such virtues. And since virtue is that "which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise," these latter habits are called virtuous simply, because they make the work to be actually good, and the subject good simply. But the first kind of habits are not called virtues simply, because they do not make the work good except in regard to a certain aptness. nor do they make their possessor good simply. For through being gifted in science or art, a man is said to be good not simply but relatively: for instance, a good grammarian or a good smith. And for this reason science and art are often divided against virtue, while at other times they are also called virtues, as in Ethic. 6:2. Hence the subject of a habit which is called a virtue in a relative sense can be the intellect, and not only the practical intellect but also the speculative, without any reference to the will. For thus the Philosopher (Ethic. 6:3) holds that science, wisdom, and understanding, and also art, are intellectual virtues. But the subject of a habit which is called a virtue simply can only be the will, or some power in so far as it is moved by the will. And the reason of this is that the will moves to their acts all those other powers that are in some way rational, as we have said above (Q. 9, A. 1; as well as in Q. 17, AA. 1 and 5; as well as in the Pars Prima, Q. 82, A. 4. And therefore, if man do well actually, this is because he has a good will. Therefore the virtue which makes a man to do well actually, and not merely to have the aptness to do well, must be either in the will itself, or in some power as moved by the will. Now it happens that the intellect is moved by the will, just as are the other powers. For a man considers something actually, because he wills to do so. And therefore the intellect, in so far as it is subordinate to the will, can be the subject of virtue absolutely so called. And in this way the speculative intellect, or the reason, is the subject of faith: for the intellect is moved by the command of the will to assent to what is of faith. For "no man believeth unless he will." But the practical intellect is the subject of prudence. For since prudence is the right reason of things to be done, it is a condition thereof that man be rightly disposed in regard to the principles of this reason of things to be done, that is, in regard to their ends, to which man is rightly disposed by the rectitude of the will, just as to the principles of speculative truth he is rightly disposed by the natural light of the active intellect. And therefore, as the subject of science, which is the right reason of speculative truths, is the speculative intellect in its relation to the active intellect, so the subject of prudence is the practical intellect in its relation to the right will. Reply Obj. 1: The saying of Augustine is to be understood of virtue simply so called: not that every virtue is love simply, but that it depends in some way on love, in so far as it depends on the will, whose first movement consists in love, as we have said above (Q. 25, AA. 1, 2, and 3; as well as in Q. 27, A. 4; and also in the Pars Prima, Q. 20, A. 1. Reply Obj. 2: The good of each thing is its end, and therefore, as truth is the end of the intellect, so to know truth is the good act of the intellect: whence the habit which perfects the intellect in regard to the knowledge of truth, whether speculative or practical, is a virtue. Reply Obj. 3: This objection considers virtue simply so called. Fourth Article. Whether the irascible and concupiscible powers are the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that the irascible and concupiscible powers cannot be the subject of virtue. For these powers are common to us and dumb animals. But we are now speaking of virtue as proper to man, since for this reason it is called human virtue. It is therefore impossible for human virtue to be in the irascible and concupiscible powers, which are parts of the sensitive appetite, as we have said in the first part (Q. 81, A. 2). Obj. 2: Further, the sensitive appetite is a power which makes use of a corporeal organ. But the good of virtue cannot be in a man's body: for the Apostle says in Romans 7, "I know that good does not dwell in my flesh." Therefore the sensitive appetite cannot be the subject of virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine proves (De Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life v) that virtue is not in the body, but in the soul, for the reason that the body is ruled by the soul. Wherefore it is entirely due to the soul that a man make good use of his body. For instance, if my coachman, through obedience to my orders, guides well the horses which he is driving, this is all due to me. But just as the soul rules the body, so also does the reason rule the sensitive appetite. Therefore that the irascible and concupiscible powers are rightly ruled is entirely due to the rational powers. Now virtue is that by which we live rightly, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 4). Therefore virtue is not in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but only in the rational powers. Obj. 4: Further, the principal act of moral virtue is choice, according to Ethic. viii, 13. Now choice is not an act of the irascible and concupiscible powers, but of the rational power, as we have said above (Q. 13, A. 2). Therefore moral virtue is not in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but in the reason. On the contrary, fortitude is assigned to the irascible power, and temperance to the concupiscible power. Whence the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 10) says that "these virtues belong to the irrational part of the soul." I answer that, The irascible and concupiscible powers can be considered in two ways. First, in themselves, in so far as they are parts of the sensitive appetite: and in this way they are not competent to be the subject of virtue. Secondly, they can be considered as participating in the reason, from the fact that they have a natural aptitude to obey reason. And thus the irascible or concupiscible power can be the subject of human virtue: for, in so far as it participates in the reason, it is the principle of a human act. And to these powers we must needs assign virtues. For it is clear that there are some virtues in the irascible and concupiscible powers: because an act which proceeds from one power according as it is moved by another power cannot be perfect, unless both powers be well disposed to the act. For instance, the act of a craftsman cannot be successful unless both the craftsman and his instrument be well disposed to act. Therefore, in the matter of the operations of the irascible and concupiscible powers, according as they are moved by reason, there must needs be some habit perfecting in respect of acting well, not only the reason, but also the irascible and concupiscible powers. And since the good disposition of the power which moves through being moved depends on its conformity with the power that moves it, therefore the virtue which is in the irascible and concupiscible powers is nothing else but a certain habitual conformity of these powers to reason. Reply to Obj. 1: The irascible and concupiscible powers considered in themselves as part of the sensitive appetite are common to us and dumb animals. But in so far as they are rational by participation, and are obedient to the reason, they are proper to man; and in this way they can be the subject of human virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: Just as human flesh has not of itself the good of virtue, but is made the instrument of a virtuous act, inasmuch as being moved by reason, we "yield our members to serve justice"; so also the irascible and concupiscible powers, of themselves indeed, have not the good of virtue, but rather the infection of the fomes: whereas, inasmuch as they are in conformity with reason, the good of reason is begotten in them. Reply to Obj. 3: The body is ruled by the soul, and the irascible and concupiscible powers by the reason, but in different ways. For the body obeys the soul blindly, without any contradiction, in those things in which it has a natural aptitude to be moved by the soul: whence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that the "soul rules the body with a despotic command," as the master rules his slave: wherefore the entire movement of the body is referred to the soul. For this reason virtue is not in the body, but in the soul. But the irascible and concupiscible powers do not obey the reason blindly; on the contrary, they have their own proper movements, by which, at times, they go against reason: whence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that the "reason rules the irascible and concupiscible powers by a political command," such as that by which free men are ruled, who have in some respects a will of their own. And for this reason also there must be some virtues in the irascible and concupiscible powers, by which these powers are well disposed to act. Reply to Obj. 4: In choice there are two things, namely, the intention of the end, and this belongs to the moral virtue; and the preferential choice of that which is unto the end, and this belongs to prudence, according to Ethic. vi, 2, 5. But that the irascible and concupiscible powers have a right intention of the end in regard to the passions of the soul, is due to the good disposition of these powers: and therefore those moral virtues which are concerned with the passions are in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but prudence is in the reason. _Fifth article. Whether the sensitive powers of apprehension are the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that it is possible for virtue to be in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension. For the sensitive appetite can be the subject of virtue, in so far as it obeys reason. But the interior sensitive powers of apprehension obey reason. For the powers of imagination, of cogitation, and of memory act at the command of reason. Therefore, in these powers there can be virtue. Obj. 2: Further, as the rational appetite, which is the will, can be hindered or helped in its act by the sensitive appetite, so also can the intellect or reason be hindered or helped by the powers mentioned above. As, therefore, there can be virtue in the interior powers of appetite, so also can there be virtue in the interior powers of apprehension. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is a virtue, of which Cicero in his Treatise on Rhetorical Invention says that memory is a part. Therefore also in the power of memory can there be a virtue, and in like manner in the other interior sensitive powers of apprehension. On the contrary, all virtues are either intellectual or moral, according to Ethics ii, 1. Now all the moral virtues are in the appetite, while the intellectual virtues are in the intellect or reason, as is clear from Ethics vi, 1. Therefore there is no virtue in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension. I answer that, in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension there are some habits: and this is made clear principally from what the Philosopher says On Memory and Recollection ii, that "in remembering one thing after another, we become used to it, and use is a second nature." Now a habit of use is nothing else than a habit acquired by use, which is like unto nature. Wherefore Tully says of virtue in his Rhetoric that "it is a habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Yet in man that which he acquires by use, in his memory and other sensitive powers of apprehension, is not a habit properly so called, but something annexed to the habits of the intellective faculty, as we have said above (Q. 50, A. 4, ad 3). Nevertheless, even if there be habits in such powers, they cannot be virtues. For virtue is a perfect habit, by which it never happens that anything but good is done: and so virtue must needs be in that power which consummates the good act. But the knowledge of truth is not consummated in the sensitive powers of apprehension, for such powers prepare the way to the intellect of knowledge. And therefore in these powers there are none of the virtues by which we know truth: these are rather in the intellect or reason. Reply Obj. 1: The sensitive appetite is related to the will, which is the rational appetite, through being moved by it: and therefore the act of the appetitive power is consummated in the sensitive appetite: and for this reason the sensitive appetite is the subject of virtue. Whereas the sensitive powers of apprehension are related to the intellect rather through moving it, for the reason that the phantasms are related to the intellective soul as colors to sight, as stated in De Anima iii, 18. And therefore the act of knowledge is terminated in the intellect: and for this reason the cognitive virtues are in the intellect itself, or the reason. And thus is made clear the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: Memory is not a part of prudence, as species is of genus, as though memory were a virtue properly so called. But one of the conditions required for prudence is a good memory, so that, in a fashion, it is after the manner of an integral part. Sixth article. Whether the will can be in the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is not the subject of virtue. Because no habit is required for that which belongs to a power by reason of its very nature. But since the will is in the reason, it is of the very essence of the will, according to the Philosopher (De Anima iii, 42), to tend to that which is good, according to reason. And to this good every virtue is ordered, since everything naturally desires its own proper good. For virtue, as Tully says in his Rhetoric, is a "habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Therefore the will is not the subject of virtue. Obj. 2: Further, every virtue is either intellectual or moral, as stated in Ethics i, 13, as well as in Ethics ii, 1. But intellectual virtue is subjected in the intellect and reason, and not in the will; while moral virtue is subjected in the irascible and concupiscible powers, which are rational by participation. Therefore no virtue is subjected in the will. Obj. 3: Further, all human acts, to which virtues are ordained, are voluntary. If therefore there be a virtue in the will in respect of some human acts, in like manner there will be a virtue in the will in respect of all human acts. Either therefore there will be no virtue in any other power, or there will be two virtues ordained to the same act, which seems unreasonable. Therefore the will cannot be the subject of virtue. On the contrary, greater perfection is required in the mover than in the moved. But the will moves the irascible and concupiscible powers. Much more therefore should there be virtue in the will than in the irascible and concupiscible powers. I answer that, since the habit perfects the power in reference to act, then does the power need a habit perfecting it unto doing well, which habit is a virtue, when the power's own proper nature does not suffice for the purpose. Now the proper nature of a power is seen in its relation to its object. Since therefore, as we have said above (Q. 19, A. 3), the object of the will is the good of reason proportionate to the will, in respect of this the will does not need a virtue perfecting it. But if man's will is confronted with a good that exceeds its capacity, whether as regards the whole human species, such as Divine good, which transcends the limits of human nature, or as regards the individual, such as the good of one's neighbor, then does the will need virtue. And therefore such virtues as those which direct man's affections to God or to his neighbor are subjected in the will, as charity, justice, and such like. Reply to Obj. 1: This objection is true of those virtues which are ordained to the willer's own good, such as temperance and fortitude, which are concerned with the human passions, and the like, as is clear from what we have said in Q. 35, A. 6. Reply to Obj. 2: Not only the irascible and concupiscible powers are rational by participation, but the appetitive power altogether, that is, in its entirety, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Now the will is included in the appetitive power. And therefore whatever virtue is in the will must be a moral virtue, unless it be theological, as we shall see later on in Q. 62, A. 3. Reply to Obj. 3: Some virtues are directed to the good of moderated passion, which is the proper good of this or that man; and in these cases there is no need for virtue in the will, for the nature of the power suffices for the purpose, as we have said. This need exists only in the case of virtues which are directed to some extrinsic good. End of question 56. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 57 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 57. Of the intellectual virtues in 6 articles. We now have to consider the various kinds of virtue, and 1. The intellectual virtues, 2. The moral virtues, 3. The theological virtues. Concerning the first, there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. Second, whether they are 3, namely, wisdom, science, and understanding. Third, whether the intellectual habit, which is art, is a virtue. Fourth, whether prudence is a virtue distinct from art. Fifth, whether prudence is a virtue necessary to man. Sixth, whether eubulia, synesis, and gnome are virtues annexed to prudence. First article. Whether the habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that the habits of the speculative intellect are not virtues. For virtue is an operative habit, as we have said above in Question 55, Article 2. But speculative habits are not operative. For speculative matter is distinct from practical, that is, operative matter. Therefore, the habits of the speculative intellect are not virtues. Objection 2. Further, virtue is about those things by which man is made happy or blessed. For happiness is the reward of virtue, according to Ethics 1:9. Now intellectual habits do not consider human acts or other human goods by which man acquires happiness, but rather things pertaining to nature or to God. Therefore, such like habits cannot be called virtues. Objection 3. Further, science is a speculative habit. But science and virtue are distinct from one another as genera, which are not subalternate, as the Philosopher proves in Topic. 4. Therefore, speculative habits are not virtues. On the contrary, the speculative habits alone consider necessary things which cannot be otherwise than they are. Now the Philosopher, in Ethic. 6:1, places certain intellectual virtues in that part of the soul which considers necessary things that cannot be otherwise than they are. Therefore, the habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. I answer that, since every virtue is ordained to some good, as stated above in Question 55, Article 3, a habit, as we have already observed in Question 56, Article 3, may be called a virtue for 2 reasons. First, because it confers aptness in doing good. Secondly, because besides aptness, it confers the right use of it. The latter condition, as above stated in Question 55, Article 3, belongs to those habits alone which affect the appetitive part of the soul, since it is the soul's appetitive power that puts all the powers and habits to their respective uses. Since, then, the habits of the speculative intellect do not perfect the appetitive part, nor affect it in any way, but only the intellective part, they may indeed be called virtues insofar as they confer aptness for a good work, notably, the consideration of truth, since this is the good work of the intellect. Yet they are not called virtues in the second way, as though they conferred the right use of a power or habit. For if a man possess a habit of speculative science, it does not follow that he is inclined to make use of it, but he is made able to consider the truth in those matters of which he has scientific knowledge. That he may make use of the knowledge which he has is due to the motion of his will. Consequently, a virtue which perfects the will, as charity or justice, confers the right use of these speculative habits, and in this way, too, there can be merit in the acts of these habits, if they be done out of charity. Thus Gregory says in his commentary on Job 6 that the contemplative life has greater merit than the active life. Reply to Obj. 1: Work is of two kinds, exterior and interior. Accordingly, the practical or active faculty which is contrasted with the speculative faculty is concerned with exterior work, to which the speculative habit is not ordained. Yet it is ordained to the interior act of the intellect which is to consider the truth, and in this way it is an operative habit. Reply to Obj. 2: Virtue is about certain things in two ways. In the first place, a virtue is about its object. And thus these speculative virtues are not about those things whereby man is made happy, except perhaps in so far as the word "whereby" indicates the efficient cause or object of complete happiness, that is, God, who is the supreme object of contemplation. Secondly, a virtue is said to be about its acts, and in this sense the intellectual virtues are about those things whereby a man is made happy, both because the acts of these virtues can be meritorious, as stated above, and because they are a kind of beginning of perfect bliss, which consists in the contemplation of truth, as we have already stated (Q. 3, A. 7). Reply to Obj. 3: Science is contrasted with virtue taken in the second sense, wherein it belongs to the appetitive faculty. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether There Are Only Three Habits of the Speculative Intellect, Viz. Wisdom, Science, and Understanding? Objection 1: It would seem unfitting to distinguish three virtues of the speculative intellect, viz. Wisdom, Science, and Understanding. Because a species is a kind of science, as stated in Ethic. vi, 7. Therefore wisdom should not be condivided with science among the intellectual virtues. Obj. 2: Further, in differentiating powers, habits and acts in respect of their objects, we consider chiefly the formal aspect of these objects, as we have already explained in the Pars Prima, Q. 77, A. 3. Therefore diversity of habits is taken, not from their material objects, but from the formal aspect of those objects. Now the principle of a demonstration is the formal aspect under which the conclusion is known. Therefore the understanding of principles should not be set down as a habit or virtue distinct from the knowledge of conclusions. Obj. 3: Further, an intellectual virtue is one which resides in the essentially rational faculty. Now even the speculative reason employs the dialectic syllogism for the sake of argument, just as it employs the demonstrative syllogism. Therefore, as science, which is the result of a demonstrative syllogism, is set down as an intellectual virtue, so also should opinion be. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 1) reckons these three alone as being intellectual virtues, viz. Wisdom, Science, and Understanding. I answer that, as already stated in A. 1, the virtues of the speculative intellect are those which perfect the speculative intellect for the consideration of truth, for this is its good work. Now a truth is subject to a twofold consideration, as known in itself, and as known through another. What is known in itself is as a principle, and is at once understood by the intellect. Wherefore the habit that perfects the intellect for the consideration of such truth is called understanding, which is the habit of principles. On the other hand, a truth which is known through another is understood by the intellect not at once, but by means of the reason's inquiry, and is as a term. This may happen in two ways. First, so that it is the last in some particular genus. Secondly, so that it is the ultimate term of all human knowledge. And since "things that are knowable last from our standpoint, are knowable first and chiefly in their nature," according to Phys. 1, 2, 3. Hence that which is last with respect to all human knowledge is that which is knowable first and chiefly in its nature. And about these is wisdom, which considers the highest causes, as stated in Metaph. 1, 1, 2. Wherefore it rightly judges all things and sets them in order, because there can be no perfect and universal judgment that is not based on the first causes. But in regard to that which is last in this or that genus of knowable matter, it is science which perfects the intellect. Wherefore according to the different kinds of knowable matter, there are different habits of scientific knowledge, whereas there is but one wisdom. Reply to Obj. 1: Wisdom is a kind of science, in so far as it has that which is common to all the sciences, viz. to demonstrate conclusions from principles. But since it has something proper to itself above the other sciences, inasmuch as it judges of them all, not only as to their conclusions, but also as to their first principles, therefore it is a more perfect virtue than science. Reply to Obj. 2: When the formal aspect of the object is referred to a power or habit by one same act, there is no distinction of habit or power in respect of the formal aspect and of the material object. Thus it belongs to the same power of sight to see both color and light, which is the formal aspect under which color is seen, and is seen at the same time as the color. On the other hand, the principles of a demonstration can be considered apart, without the conclusion being considered at all. Again, they can be considered together with the conclusions, since the conclusions can be deduced from them. Accordingly, to consider the principles in this second way belongs to science, which considers the conclusions also, while to consider the principles in themselves belongs to understanding. Consequently, if we consider the point aright, these three virtues are distinct, not as being on a par with one another, but in a certain order. The same is to be observed in potential wholes, wherein one part is more perfect than another. For instance, the rational soul is more perfect than the sensitive soul, and the sensitive than the vegetal. For it is thus that science depends on understanding as on a virtue of higher degree, and both of these depend on wisdom, as obtaining the highest place, and containing beneath itself both understanding and science, by judging both of the conclusions of science and of the principles on which they are based. Reply to Obj. 3: As stated above in Q. 55, AA. 3 and 4, a virtuous habit has a fixed relation to good, and is nowise referable to evil. Now the good of the intellect is truth, and falsehood is its evil. Wherefore those habits alone are called intellectual virtues, whereby we tell the truth and never tell a falsehood. But opinion and suspicion can be about both truth and falsehood, and so, as stated in Ethic. vi, 3, they are not intellectual virtues. Third article: whether the intellectual habit, art, is a virtue. Objection 1: It would seem that art is not an intellectual virtue. For Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. ii, 18, 19) that "no one makes bad use of virtue." But one may make bad use of art: for a craftsman can work badly according to the knowledge of his art. Therefore art is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, there is no virtue of a virtue. But "there is a virtue of art," according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 5). Therefore art is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, the liberal arts excel the mechanical arts. But just as the mechanical arts are practical, so the liberal arts are speculative. Therefore, if art were an intellectual virtue, it would have to be reckoned among the speculative virtues. On the contrary, The Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 3, 4) says that art is a virtue: and yet he does not reckon it among the speculative virtues, which, according to him, reside in the scientific part of the soul. I answer that, Art is nothing else but "the right reason about certain works to be made." And yet the good use of these things depends, not on man's appetitive faculty being affected in this or that way, but on the goodness of the work done. For a craftsman, as such, is commendable, not for the will with which he does a work, but for the quality of the work. Art, therefore, properly speaking, is an operative habit. And yet it has something in common with the speculative habits, since the quality of the object considered by the latter is a matter of concern to them also, but not how the human appetite may be affected towards that object. For as long as the geometrician demonstrates the truth, it matters not how his appetitive faculty may be affected, whether he be joyful or angry, even as neither does this matter in a craftsman, as we have observed. And so art has the nature of a virtue in the same way as the speculative habits, in so far, to wit, as neither art nor speculative habit makes a good work as regards the use of the habit, which is the property of a virtue that perfects the appetite, but only as regards the aptness to work well. Reply Obj. 1: When anyone endowed with an art produces bad workmanship, this is not the work of that art; in fact, it is contrary to the art: even as when a man lies, while knowing the truth, his words are not in accord with his knowledge, but contrary thereto. Wherefore, just as science has always a relation to good, as stated above (A. 2, ad 3), so it is with art: and it is for this reason that it is called a virtue. And yet it falls short of being a perfect virtue, because it does not make its possessor to use it well: for which purpose something further is requisite, although there cannot be a good use without the art. Reply Obj. 2: In order that man may make good use of the art he has, he needs a good will, which is perfected by moral virtue: and for this reason the Philosopher says that there is a virtue of art, namely a moral virtue, in so far as the good use of art requires a moral virtue. For it is evident that a craftsman is inclined by justice, which rectifies his will, to do his work faithfully. Reply to Obj. 3: Even in speculative matters, there is something by way of work, for example, the making of a syllogism, or of a fitting speech, or the work of counting or measuring. Hence whatever habits are ordained to such like works of the speculative reason, are, by a kind of comparison, called arts indeed, but liberal arts, in order to distinguish them from those arts that are ordained to works done by the body, which arts are, in a fashion, servile, inasmuch as the body is in servile subjection to the soul, and man, as regards his soul, is free (liber). On the other hand, those sciences which are not ordained to any such like work, are called sciences simply, and not arts. Nor, if the liberal arts be more excellent, does it follow that the notion of art is more applicable to them. Fourth article. [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Prudence Is a Distinct Virtue from Art? Objection 1: It would seem that prudence is not a distinct virtue from art. For art is the right reason about certain works. But diversity of works does not make a habit cease to be an art, since there are various arts about works widely different. Since therefore prudence is also right reason about works, it seems that it too should be reckoned a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, prudence has more in common with art than the speculative habits have, for they are both "about contingent matters that may be otherwise than they are," according to Ethic. vi, 4, 5. Now some speculative habits are called arts. Much more therefore should prudence be called an art. Obj. 3: Further, it belongs to prudence "to be of good counsel," according to Ethic. vi, 5. But counselling takes place in certain arts also, as stated in Ethic. iii, 3, for example, in the arts of warfare, of seamanship, and of medicine. Therefore prudence is not distinct from art. On the contrary, the Philosopher distinguishes prudence from art (Ethic. vi, 5). I answer that, where the nature of virtue differs, there is a different kind of virtue. Now it has been stated above (A. 1), as well as (Q. 56, A. 3), that some habits have the nature of virtue, through merely conferring aptness for a good work; while some habits are virtues, not only through conferring aptness for a good work, but also through conferring the use. But art confers the mere aptness for good work, since it does not regard the appetite; whereas prudence confers not only aptness for a good work, but also the use, for it regards the appetite, since it presupposes the rectitude thereof. The reason for this difference is that art is the "right reason of things to be made," whereas prudence is the "right reason of things to be done." Now making and doing differ, as stated in Metaph. ix, 16, in that making is an action passing into outward matter, for example, to build, to saw, and so forth; whereas doing is an action abiding in the agent, for example, to see, to will, and the like. Accordingly, prudence stands in the same relation to such like human actions, consisting in the use of powers and habits, as art does to outward making, since each is the perfection of reason about the things with which it is concerned. But perfection and rectitude of reason in speculative matters depend on the principles from which reason argues, just as we have said above (A. 2, ad 2). That science depends on and presupposes understanding, which is the habit of principles. Now, in human acts, the end is what the principles are in speculative matters, as stated in Ethic. vii, 8. Consequently, it is requisite for prudence, which is right reason about things to be done, that man be well disposed with regard to the ends, and this depends on the rectitude of his appetite. Wherefore, for prudence there is need of moral virtue, which rectifies the appetite. On the other hand, the good of things made by art is not the good of man's appetite, but the good of those things themselves. Wherefore art does not presuppose rectitude of the appetite. The consequence is that more praise is given to a craftsman who is at fault willingly than to one who is unwillingly. Whereas it is more contrary to prudence to sin willingly than unwillingly, since rectitude of the will is essential to prudence, but not to art. Accordingly, it is evident that prudence is a virtue distinct from art. Reply to Obj. 1: The various kinds of things made by art are all external to man, hence they do not cause a different kind of virtue. But prudence is right reason about human acts themselves, hence it is a distinct kind of virtue, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2: Prudence has more in common with art than a speculative habit has, if we consider their subject and matter, for they are both in the thinking part of the soul, and about things that may be otherwise than they are. But if we consider them as virtues, then art has more in common with the speculative habits, as is clear from what has been said. Reply to Obj. 3: Prudence is of good counsel about matters regarding man's entire life, and the end of human life, but in some arts there is counsel about matters concerning the ends proper to those arts. Hence some men, in so far as they are good counselors in matters of warfare or seamanship, are said to be prudent officers or pilots, but not simply prudent. Only those are simply prudent who give good counsel about all the concerns of life. Fifth article: Whether prudence is a virtue necessary to man? Objection 1: It would seem that prudence is not a virtue necessary to lead a good life. For as art is to things that are made, of which it is the right reason, so is prudence to things that are done, in respect of which we judge of a man's life. For prudence is the right reason about these things, as stated in Ethic. vi, 5. Now art is not necessary in things that are made, save in order that they be made, but not after they have been made. Neither, therefore, is prudence necessary to man in order to lead a good life, after he has become virtuous, but perhaps only in order that he may become virtuous. Obj. 2: Further, it is by prudence that we are of good counsel, as stated in Ethic. vi, 5. But man can act not only from his own, but also from another's good counsel. Therefore man does not need prudence in order to lead a good life, but it is enough that he follow the counsels of prudent men. Obj. 3: Further, an intellectual virtue is one by which one always tells the truth and never a falsehood. But this does not seem to be the case with prudence. For it is not human never to err in taking counsel about what is to be done, since human actions are about things that may be otherwise than they are. Hence it is written (Wisdom 9:14): "The thoughts of mortal men are fearful, and our counsels uncertain." Therefore it seems that prudence should not be reckoned an intellectual virtue. On the contrary, it is reckoned with other virtues necessary for human life, when it is written (Wisdom 8:7) of Divine Wisdom: "She teacheth temperance and prudence, and justice and fortitude, which are such things as men can have nothing more profitable in life." I answer that, Prudence is a virtue most necessary for human life. For a good life consists in good deeds. Now, in order to do good deeds, it matters not only what a man does, but also how he does it, to wit, that he do it from right choice, and not merely from impulse or passion. And, since choice is about things in reference to the end, rectitude of choice requires two things, namely, the due end, and something suitably ordained to that due end. Now man is suitably directed to his due end by a virtue which perfects the soul in the appetitive part, the object of which is the good and the end. And to that which is suitably ordained to the due end, man needs to be rightly disposed by a habit in his reason, because counsel and choice, which are about things ordained to the end, are acts of the reason. Consequently, an intellectual virtue is needed in the reason, to perfect the reason, and make it suitably affected towards things ordained to the end: and this virtue is prudence. Consequently, prudence is a virtue necessary to lead a good life. Reply Obj. 1: The good of an art is to be found, not in the craftsman, but in the product of the art, since art is right reason about things to be made. For since the making of a thing passes into external matter, it is a perfection not of the maker, but of the thing made, even as movement is the act of the thing moved, and art is concerned with the making of things. On the other hand, the good of prudence is in the active principle, whose activity is its perfection. For prudence is right reason about things to be done, as stated above (A. 4). Consequently, art does not require of the craftsman that his act be a good act, but that his work be good. Rather would it be necessary for the thing made to act well, for example, that a knife should carve well, or that a saw should cut well, if it were proper to such things to act, rather than to be acted on, because they have not dominion over their actions. Wherefore the craftsman needs art, not that he may live well, but that he may produce a good work of art, and have it in good keeping: whereas prudence is necessary to man, that he may lead a good life, and not merely that he may be a good man. Reply Obj. 2: When a man does a good deed, not of his own counsel, but moved by that of another, his deed is not yet quite perfect as regards his reason in directing him, and his appetite in moving him. Wherefore, if he do a good deed, he does not do well simply, and yet this is required in order that he may lead a good life. Reply Obj. 3: As stated in Ethic. vi, 2, truth is not the same for the practical as for the speculative intellect. Because the truth of the speculative intellect depends on conformity between the intellect and the thing. And since the intellect cannot be infallibly in conformity with things in contingent matters, but only in necessary matters, therefore no speculative habit about contingent things is an intellectual virtue, but only such as is about necessary things. On the other hand, the truth of the practical intellect depends on conformity with right appetite. This conformity has no place in necessary matters, which are not affected by the human will, but only in contingent matters which can be effected by us, whether they be matters of interior action, or the products of external work. Hence it is only about contingent matters that an intellectual virtue is assigned to the practical intellect, viz. art, as regards things to be made, and prudence, as regards things to be done. Sixth article. Whether eubulia, synesis, and gnome are virtues annexed to prudence? Objection 1. It would seem that eubulia, synesis, and gnome are unfittingly assigned as virtues annexed to prudence. For eubulia is "a habit whereby we take good counsel," according to Ethic. 6:9. Now "it belongs to prudence to take good counsel," as stated in Ethic. 6:9. Therefore eubulia is not a virtue annexed to prudence, but rather is prudence itself. Obj. 2: Further, it belongs to the higher to judge the lower. The highest virtue would therefore seem to be the one whose act is judgment. Now synesis enables us to judge well. Therefore synesis is not a virtue annexed to prudence, but is rather a principal virtue. Obj. 3: Further, just as there are various matters to pass judgment on, so are there different points on which one has to take counsel. But there is one virtue referring to all matters of counsel. Therefore, in order to judge well of what has to be done, there is no need, besides synesis, of the virtue of gnome. Obj. 4. Further, Cicero, in his Treatise on Rhetorical Invention (3), mentions 3 other parts of prudence, viz. memory of the past, understanding of the present, and foresight of the future. Moreover, Macrobius, in his Dream of Scipio (1), mentions yet others, viz. caution, docility, and the like. Therefore it seems that the above are not the only virtues annexed to prudence. On the contrary, stands the authority of the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 9, 10, 11), who assigns these 3 virtues as being annexed to prudence. I answer that, wherever several powers are subordinate to one another, that power is the highest which is ordained to the highest act. Now there are 3 acts of reason in respect of anything done by man. The first of these is counsel; the second, judgment; the third, command. The first 2 correspond to those acts of the speculative intellect, which are inquiry and judgment. For counsel is a kind of inquiry. But the third power is proper to the practical intellect, in so far as this is ordained to operation. For reason does not have to command in things that man cannot do. Now it is evident that in things done by man, the chief act is that of command, to which all the rest are subordinate. Consequently, that virtue which perfects the command, viz. prudence, as obtaining the highest place, has other secondary virtues annexed to it, viz. eustochia, which perfects counsel, and synesis and gnome, which are parts of prudence in relation to judgment, and of whose distinction we shall speak further on in the third reply. Reply to Obj. 1. Prudence makes us be of good counsel, not as though its immediate act consisted in being of good counsel, but because it perfects the latter act by means of a subordinate virtue, viz. eubulia, Reply to Obj. 2: Judgment about what is to be done is directed to something further. For it may happen in some matter of action that a man's judgment is sound, while his execution is wrong. The matter does not attain to its final complement until the reason has commanded aright in the point of what has to be done. Reply to Obj. 3: Judgment of anything should be based on that thing's proper principles. But inquiry does not reach to the proper principles, because, if we were in possession of these, we should need no more to inquire, the truth would be already discovered. Hence only one virtue is directed to being of good counsel, whereas there are two virtues for good judgment. Because difference is based not on common, but on proper principles. Consequently, even in speculative matters, there is one science of dialectics which inquires about all matters, whereas demonstrative sciences, which pronounce judgment, differ according to their different objects. Synesis and gnome differ in respect of the different rules on which judgment is based. For synesis judges of actions according to the common law, while gnome bases its judgment on the natural law, in those cases where the common law fails to apply, as we shall explain further on, in the Pars Secundae, question 51, Article 4. Reply to Obj. 4: Memory, understanding, and foresight, as also caution and docility and the like, are not virtues distinct from prudence, but are, as it were, integral parts thereof, in so far as they are all requisite for perfect prudence. There are, moreover, subjective parts or species of prudence, for example, domestic and political economy and the like. But the three first names are, in a fashion, potential parts of prudence, because they are subordinate thereto, as secondary virtues to a principal virtue, and we shall speak of them later, in the Pars Secundae, question 48 and following. End of question 57. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 58 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular. Good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular. Good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 58. Of the difference between moral and intellectual virtues, in 5 articles. We must now consider moral virtues. We shall speak of 1. Of the difference between them and the intellectual virtues. 2. Of their distinction one from another in respect of their proper matter. 3. Of the difference between the chief or cardinal virtues and the others. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether every virtue is a moral virtue. Second, whether moral virtue differs from intellectual virtue. Third, whether virtue is adequately divided into moral and intellectual virtue. Fourth, whether there can be moral without intellectual virtue. Fifth, whether, on the other hand, there can be intellectual without moral virtue. First article: whether every virtue is a moral virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that every virtue is a moral virtue. because moral virtue is so called from the Latin mos, that is, custom. Now, we can accustom ourselves to the acts of all the virtues. Therefore every virtue is a moral virtue. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that moral virtue is "a habit of choosing the rational mean." But every virtue is a habit of choosing, since the acts of any virtue can be done from choice. And moreover, every virtue consists in following the rational mean in some way, as we shall explain further on (Q. 64, AA. 1, 2, 3). Therefore every virtue is a moral virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Cicero says in his Treatise on Rhetorical Invention (ii) that "virtue is a habit like a second nature, in accord with reason." But since every human virtue is directed to man's good, it must be in accord with reason: since "man's good consists in that which agrees with his reason," as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore every virtue is a moral virtue. On the contrary, The Philosopher says (Ethic. i, 13): "When we speak of a man's morals, we do not say that he is wise or intelligent, but that he is gentle or sober." Accordingly then, wisdom and understanding are not moral virtues, and yet they are virtues, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 2). Therefore not every virtue is a moral virtue. I answer that, in order to answer this question clearly, we must consider the meaning of the Latin word mos, for thus we shall be able to discover what a moral virtue is. Now mos has a twofold meaning. For sometimes it means custom, in which sense we read (Acts 15:1): "Except you be circumcised after the manner (morem) of Moses, you cannot be saved." Sometimes it means a natural or quasi-natural inclination to do some particular action, in which sense the word is applied to dumb animals. Thus we read in 2 Maccabees 1:2 that "rushing violently upon the enemy like lions, they slew them." And the word is used in the same sense in Psalm 67:7, where we read: "Who maketh men of one manner (moris) to dwell in a house." For both these significations there is but one word in Latin, but in the Greek there is a distinct word for each, for the word ethos is written sometimes with a long and sometimes a short e. Now moral virtue is so called from mos, in the sense of a natural or quasi-natural inclination to do some particular action. And the other meaning of mos, that is, custom, is akin to this: because custom becomes a second nature and produces an inclination similar to a natural one. But it is evident that inclination to an action belongs properly to the appetitive power, whose function it is to move all the powers to their acts, as explained above (Q. 9, A. 1). Therefore not every virtue is a moral virtue, but only those that are in the appetitive faculty. Reply Obj. 1: This argument takes mos in the sense of custom. Reply Obj. 2: Every act of virtue can be done from choice. But no virtue makes us choose aright, save that which is in the appetitive part of the soul, for it has been stated above that choice is an act of the appetitive faculty, as stated in Q. 13, A. 1. Wherefore a habit of choosing, that is, a habit which is the principle whereby we choose, is that habit alone which perfects the appetitive faculty, although the acts of other habits also may be a matter of choice. Reply Obj. 3: Nature is the principle of movement, according to Phys. ii, 3. Now to move the faculties to an act is the proper function of the appetitive power. Consequently, to become as a second nature by consenting to the reason is proper to those virtues which are in the appetitive faculty. Second article: Whether moral virtue differs from intellectual virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtue does not differ from intellectual virtue. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei iv, 21) that virtue is the art of right conduct. But art is an intellectual virtue. Therefore moral and intellectual virtue do not differ. Obj. 2: Further, some authors put science in the definition of virtues. Thus some define perseverance as a "science or habit regarding those things to which we should hold or not hold"; and holiness as "a science which makes man to be faithful and to do his duty to God." Now science is an intellectual virtue. Therefore moral virtue should not be distinguished from intellectual virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in the Soliloquies i, 6 that "virtue is the rectitude and perfection of reason." But this belongs to the intellectual virtues, as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Therefore moral virtue does not differ from intellectual. Obj. 4: Further, a thing does not differ from that which is included in its definition. But intellectual virtue is included in the definition of moral virtue. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that "moral virtue is a habit of choosing the mean appointed by reason as a prudent man would appoint it." Now this right reason that fixes the mean of moral virtue belongs to an intellectual virtue, as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Therefore moral virtue does not differ from intellectual. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethic. i, 13 that "there are two kinds of virtue: some we call intellectual, some moral." I answer that, Reason is the first principle of all human acts, and whatever other principles of human acts may be found, they obey reason somewhat, but in various ways. For some obey reason blindly and without any contradiction whatever. Such are the limbs of the body, provided they be in a healthy condition, for as soon as reason commands, the hand or foot proceeds to action. Hence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that "the soul rules the body like a despot," that is, as a master rules his slave, who has no right to rebel. Accordingly some held that all the active principles in man are subordinate to reason in this way. If this were true, for man to act well, it would suffice that his reason be perfect. Consequently, since virtue is a habit perfecting man in view of his doing good actions, it would follow that it is only in the reason, so that there would be none but intellectual virtues. This was the opinion of Socrates, who said, "Every virtue is a kind of prudence," as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Hence he maintained that as long as man is in possession of knowledge, he cannot sin, and that everyone who sins does so through ignorance. Now this is based on a false supposition. because the appetitive faculty obeys the reason, not blindly, but with a certain power of opposition: wherefore the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that "reason commands the appetitive faculty by a politic power," whereby a man rules over subjects that are free, having a certain right of opposition. Hence Augustine says on Psalm 118 in his Homily 8 that "sometimes we understand what is right, while desire is slow, or follows not at all," in so far as the habits or passions of the appetitive faculty cause the use of reason to be impeded in some particular action. And in this way there is some truth in the saying of Socrates that so long as a man is in possession of knowledge he does not sin, provided, however, that this knowledge is made to include the use of reason in this individual act of choice. Accordingly, for a man to do a good deed, it is requisite not only that his reason be well disposed by means of a habit of intellectual virtue, but also that his appetite be well disposed by means of a habit of moral virtue. And so moral differs from intellectual virtue, even as the appetite differs from the reason. Hence, just as the appetite is the principle of human acts, in so far as it partakes of reason, so are moral habits to be considered virtues in so far as they are in conformity with reason. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine usually applies the term art to any form of right reason, in which sense art includes prudence, which is the right reason about things to be done, even as art is the right reason about things to be made. Accordingly, when he says that "virtue is the art of right conduct," this applies to prudence essentially, but to other virtues by participation, forasmuch as they are directed by prudence. Reply Obj. 2: All such definitions, by whomsoever given, were based on the Socratic theory, and should be explained according to what we have said about art, in the first reply. The same applies to the third objection. Reply Obj. 4: Right reason, which is in accord with prudence, is included in the definition of moral virtue, not as part of its essence, but as something belonging by way of participation to all the moral virtues, in so far as they are all under the direction of prudence. Third article: Whether virtue is adequately divided into moral and intellectual? Objection 1: It would seem that virtue is not adequately divided into moral and intellectual. For prudence seems to be a mean between moral and intellectual virtue, since it is reckoned among the intellectual virtues (Ethic. vi, 3, 5), and again is placed by all among the four cardinal virtues, which are moral virtues, as we shall show further on (Q. 61, A. 1). Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral, as though there were no mean between them. Obj. 2: Further, continence, perseverance, and patience are not reckoned to be intellectual virtues. Yet neither are they moral virtues, since they do not reduce the passions to a mean, and are consistent with an abundance of passion. Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral. Obj. 3: Further, faith, hope, and charity are virtues. Yet they are not intellectual virtues. For there are only 5 of these, viz. science, wisdom, understanding, prudence, and art, as stated above (Q. 57, AA. 2, 3, 5). Neither are they moral virtues, since they are not about the passions, which are the chief concern of moral virtue. Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 1 that "virtue is twofold, intellectual and moral." I answer that, Human virtue is a habit perfecting man in view of his doing good deeds. Now, in man there are but two principles of human actions, viz. the intellect or reason and the appetite. For these are the two principles of movement in man, as stated in De Anima iii, 48. Consequently, every human virtue must needs be a perfection of one of these principles. Accordingly, if it perfects man's speculative or practical intellect in order that his deed may be good, it will be an intellectual virtue; whereas if it perfects his appetite, it will be a moral virtue. It follows, therefore, that every human virtue is either intellectual or moral. Reply Obj. 1: Prudence is essentially an intellectual virtue, but considered on the part of its matter, it has something in common with the moral virtues, for it is right reason about things to be done, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 4). It is in this sense that it is reckoned with the moral virtues. Reply Obj. 2: Continence and perseverance are not perfections of the sensitive appetite. This is clear from the fact that passions abound in the continent and persevering man, which would not be the case if his sensitive appetite were perfected by a habit making it conformable to reason. Continence and perseverance are, however, perfections of the rational faculty, and withstand the passions lest reason be led astray. But they fall short of being virtues, since intellectual virtue, which makes reason to hold itself well in respect of moral matters, presupposes a right appetite of the end, so that it may hold itself aright in respect of principles, that is, the ends, on which it builds its argument; and this is wanting in the continent and persevering man. Nor again can an action proceeding from two principles be perfect, unless each principle be perfected by the habit corresponding to that operation. Thus, however perfect be the principal agent employing an instrument, it will produce an imperfect effect if the instrument be not well disposed also. Hence, if the sensitive faculty, which is moved by the rational faculty, is not perfect, however perfect the rational faculty may be, the resulting action will be imperfect, and consequently the principle of that action will not be a virtue. And for this reason, continence, desisting from pleasures, and perseverance in the midst of pains are not virtues, but something less than a virtue, as the Philosopher maintains (Ethic. vii, 1, 9). Reply Obj. 3: Faith, hope, and charity are superhuman virtues, for they are virtues of man as sharing in the grace of God. Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether There Can Be Moral Without Intellectual Virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that moral can be without intellectual virtue. Because moral virtue, as Cicero says in his Treatise on Rhetorical Invention II, is "a habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Now, though nature may be in accord with some sovereign reason that moves it, there is no need for that reason to be united to nature in the same subject, as is evident of natural things devoid of knowledge. Therefore, in a man there may be a moral virtue like a second nature, inclining him to consent to his reason, without his reason being perfected by an intellectual virtue. Obj. 2: Further, by means of intellectual virtue, man obtains perfect use of reason. But it happens at times that men are virtuous and acceptable to God, without being vigorous in the use of reason. Therefore it seems that moral virtue can be without intellectual. Obj. 3: Further, moral virtue makes us inclined to do good works. But some, without depending on the judgment of reason, have a natural inclination to do good works. Therefore moral virtues can be without intellectual virtues. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 22 that "the other virtues, unless we do prudently what we desire to do, cannot be real virtues." But prudence is an intellectual virtue, as stated above in Q. 57, A. 5. Therefore moral virtues cannot be without intellectual virtues. I answer that, Moral virtue can be without some of the intellectual virtues, viz. wisdom, science, and art, but not without understanding and prudence. Moral virtue cannot be without prudence, because it is a habit of choosing, that is, making us choose well. Now in order that a choice be good, two things are required. First, that the intention be directed to a due end, and this is done by moral virtue, which inclines the appetitive faculty to the good that is in accord with reason, which is a due end. Secondly, that man take rightly those things which have reference to the end, and this he cannot do unless his reason counsel, judge, and command aright, which is the function of prudence and the virtues annexed to it, as stated above in Q. 57, AA. 5 and 6. Wherefore there can be no moral virtue without prudence, and consequently neither can there be without understanding. For it is by the virtue of understanding that we know self-evident principles, both in speculative and in practical matters. Consequently, just as right reason in speculative matters, in so far as it proceeds from naturally known principles, presupposes the understanding of those principles, so also does prudence, which is the right reason about things to be done. Reply Obj. 1: The inclination of nature in things devoid of reason is without choice; wherefore such an inclination does not of necessity require reason. But the inclination of moral virtue is with choice; and consequently, in order that it may be perfect, it requires that reason be perfected by intellectual virtue. Reply Obj. 2: A man may be virtuous without having full use of reason as to everything, provided he have it with regard to those things which have to be done virtuously. In this way all virtuous men have full use of reason. Hence those who seem to be simple, through lack of worldly cunning, may possibly be prudent, according to Matthew 10:16: "Be ye therefore prudent as serpents, and simple as doves." Reply Obj. 3: The natural inclination to a good of virtue is a kind of beginning of virtue, but is not perfect virtue. For the stronger this inclination is, the more perilous may it prove to be, unless it be accompanied by right reason, which rectifies the choice of fitting means towards the due end. Thus if a running horse be blind, the faster it runs the more heavily will it fall, and the more grievously will it be hurt. And consequently, although moral virtue be not right reason, as Socrates held, yet not only is it according to right reason, in so far as it inclines man to that which is according to right reason, as the Platonists maintained, but also it needs to be joined with right reason, as Aristotle declares in Ethic. 6:13. Fifth article: whether there can be intellectual without moral virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that there can be intellectual without moral virtue. Because perfection of what precedes does not depend on the perfection of what follows. Now reason precedes and moves the sensitive appetite. Therefore, intellectual virtue, which is a perfection of the reason, does not depend on moral virtue, which is a perfection of the appetitive faculty, and can be without it. Objection 2. Further, morals are the matter of prudence, even as things makeable are the matter of art. Now art can be without its proper matter, as a smith without iron. Therefore, prudence can be without the moral virtues, although all of the intellectual virtues, it seems most akin to the moral virtues. Obj. 3. Further, prudence is a virtue whereby we are of good counsel, according to Ethic. 6:9. Now many are of good counsel, without having the moral virtues. Therefore, prudence can be without a moral virtue. On the contrary, to wish to do evil is directly opposed to moral virtue, and yet it is not opposed to anything that can be without moral virtue. Now it is contrary to prudence to sin willingly, according to Ethic. 6:5. Therefore prudence cannot be without moral virtue. I answer that, other intellectual virtues can, but prudence cannot, be without moral virtue. The reason for this is that prudence is the right reason about things to be done, and this not merely in general, but also in particular, about which things actions are. Now right reason demands principles from which reason proceeds to argue. And when reason argues about particular cases, it needs not only universal but also particular principles. As to universal principles of action, man is rightly disposed by the natural understanding of principles, whereby he understands that he should do no evil, or again by some practical science. But this is not enough in order that man may reason aright about particular cases. For it happens sometimes that the aforesaid universal principle, known by means of understanding or science, is destroyed in a particular case by passion. Thus to one who is swayed by concupiscence, when he is overcome thereby, the object of his desire seems good, although it is opposed to the universal judgment of his reason. Consequently, as by the habit of natural understanding or of science, man is made to be rightly disposed in regard to the universal principles of action, so in order that he be rightly disposed with regard to the particular principles of action, notably the ends, he needs to be perfected by certain habits, whereby it becomes connatural, as it were, to a man to judge aright to the end. This is done by moral virtue. For the virtuous man judges aright of the end of virtue because "such a man is, such does the end seem to him," according to Ethic. 3:5. Consequently, the right reason about things to be done, notably prudence, requires man to have moral virtue. Reply to Obj. 1: Reason, as apprehending the end, precedes the appetite for the end. But appetite for the end precedes the reason, as arguing about the choice of the means, which is the concern of prudence. Even so, in speculative matters, the understanding of principles is the foundation on which the syllogism of the reason is based. Reply Obj. 2: It does not depend on the disposition of our appetite whether we judge well or ill of the principles of art, as it does when we judge of the end which is the principle in moral matters. In the former case, our judgment depends on reason alone. Hence art does not require a virtue perfecting the appetite, as prudence does. Reply Obj. 3: Prudence not only helps us to be of good counsel, but also to judge and command well. This is not possible unless the impediment of the passions, destroying the judgment and command of prudence, be removed, and this is done by moral virtue. End of question 58. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 59 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 59. Of moral virtue in relation to the passions, in 5 articles. We must now consider the difference of one moral virtue from another. And since those moral virtues, which are about the passions, differ accordingly to the difference of the passions, we must consider 1. The relation of virtue to passion. 2. The different kinds of moral virtue in relation to the passions. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether moral virtue is a passion. Second, whether there can be moral virtue with passion. Third, whether sorrow is compatible with moral virtue. Fourth, whether every moral virtue is about passion. Fifth, whether there can be moral virtue without passion. First article: whether moral virtue is a passion. Objection 1. It would seem that moral virtue is a passion, because the mean is of the same genus as the extremes. But moral virtue is a mean between 2 passions. Therefore, moral virtue is a passion. Objection 2. Further, virtue and vice, being contrary to one another, are in the same genus. But some passions are reckoned to be vices, such as envy and anger. Therefore, some passions are virtues. Objection 3. Further, pity is a passion, since it is sorrow for another's ills, as stated above in question 35, Article 8. Now, Cicero, the renowned orator, did not hesitate to call pity a virtue, as Augustine states in On the City of God 9:5. Therefore, a passion may be a moral virtue. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethic. 2:5 that passions are neither virtues nor vices. I answer that moral virtue cannot be a passion. This is clear for 3 reasons. First, because a passion is a movement of the sensitive appetite, as stated above in question 22, Article 3. Whereas moral virtue is not a movement, but rather a principle of the movement of the appetite, being a kind of habit. Secondly, because passions are not in themselves good or evil. For man's good or evil is something in reference to reason. Wherefore the passions, considered in themselves, are referable both to good and evil, forasmuch as they may accord or disaccord with reason. Now nothing of this sort can be in virtue, since virtue is referable to good alone, as stated above in question 55, Article 3. Thirdly, because, granted that some passions are, in some way, referable to good only, or to evil only, even then the movement of passion, as passion, begins in the appetite, and ends in the reason, since the appetite tends to conformity with reason. On the other hand, the movement of virtue is the reverse, for it begins in the reason and ends in the appetite, inasmuch as the latter is moved by reason. Hence the definition of moral virtue in Ethics 2:6 states that it is "a habit of choosing the mean appointed by reason, as a prudent man would appoint it." Reply to Obj. 1: Virtue is a mean between passions, not by reason of its essence, but on account of its effect, because, to wit, it establishes the mean between passions. Reply to Obj. 2: If by vice we understand a habit of doing evil deeds, it is evident that no passion is a vice. But if vice is taken to mean sin, which is a vicious act, nothing hinders a passion from being a vice, or on the other hand, from concurring in an act of virtue, in so far as a passion is either opposed to reason or in accordance with reason. Reply to Obj. 3: Pity is said to be a virtue, that is, an act of virtue, in so far as "that movement of the soul is obedient to reason," notably, "when pity is bestowed without violating right, as when the poor are relieved, or the penitent forgiven," as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei ix, 5). But if by pity we understand a habit perfecting man so that he bestows pity reasonably, nothing hinders pity, in this sense, from being a virtue. The same applies to similar passions. Second article: Whether there can be moral virtue with a passion? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtue cannot be with passion. For the Philosopher says in Topic. 4 that "a gentle man is one who is not passionate, but a patient man is one who is passionate but does not give way." The same applies to all the moral virtues. Therefore all moral virtues are without passion. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is a right affection of the soul, as health is to the body, as stated in Phys. vii, 17. Wherefore "virtue is a kind of health of the soul," as Cicero says. But the soul's passions are "the soul's diseases," as he says in the same book. Now health is incompatible with disease. Therefore neither is passion compatible with virtue. Obj. 3: Further, moral virtue requires perfect use of reason, even in particular matters. But the passions are an obstacle to this. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 5 that "pleasures destroy the judgment of prudence"; and Sallust says that when they, that is, the soul's passions, interfere, it is not easy for the mind to grasp the truth. Therefore passion is incompatible with moral virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 6): If the will is perverse, these movements, notably the passions, are perverse also. But if it is upright, they are not only blameless, but even praiseworthy. But nothing praiseworthy is incompatible with moral virtue. Therefore, moral virtue does not exclude the passions, but is consistent with them. I answer that, the Stoics and Peripatetics disagree on this point, as Augustine relates in De Civ. Dei 9:4. For the Stoics held that the soul's passions cannot be in a wise or virtuous man, whereas the Peripatetics, who were founded by Aristotle, as Augustine says in De Civ. Dei 9:4, maintained that the passions are compatible with moral virtue if they be reduced to the mean. This difference, as Augustine observes, again in De Civ. Dei 9:4, was one of words rather than of opinions, because the Stoics, though not discriminating between the intellective appetite, that is, the will, and the sensitive appetite, which is divided into irascible and concupiscible, did not, as the Peripatetics did, distinguish the passions from the other affections of the human soul in the point of their being movements of the sensitive appetite, whereas the other emotions of the soul, which are not passions, are movements of the intellective appetite or will; but only in the point of the passions being, as they maintained, any emotions in disaccord with reason. These emotions could not be in a wise or virtuous man if they arose deliberately, while it would be possible for them to be in a wise man if they arose suddenly. Because, in the words of Aulus Gellius, "it is not in our power to call up the visions of the soul, known as its fancies, as when they arise from awesome things. They must needs disturb the mind of a wise man, so that he is slightly startled by fear, or depressed with sorrow, in so far as these passions forestall the use of reason, without his approving of such things or consenting thereto." Quoted by Augustine in De Civ. Dei 9:4. Accordingly, if the passions be taken for inordinate emotions, they cannot be in a virtuous man, so that he can consent to them deliberately, as the Stoics maintained. But if the passions be taken for any movements of the sensitive appetite, they can be in a virtuous man, in so far as they are subordinate to reason. Hence Aristotle says (Ethic. ii, 3) that "some describe virtue as being a kind of freedom from passion and disturbance. This is incorrect, because the assertion should be qualified." They should have said virtue is freedom from those passions "that are not as they should be as to manner and time." Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher quotes this, as well as many other examples in his books on logic, in order to illustrate, not his own mind, but that of others. It was the opinion of the Stoics that the passions of the soul were incompatible with virtue; and the Philosopher rejects this opinion (Ethic. ii, 3) when he says that virtue is not freedom from passion. It may be said, however, that when he says, "a gentle man is not passionate," we are to understand this of inordinate passion. Reply Obj. 2: This and all similar arguments which Tully brings forward in the Tusculan Disputations take the passions in the execution of reason's command. Reply Obj. 3: When a passion forestalls the judgment of reason, so as to prevail on the mind to give its consent, it hinders counsel and the judgment of reason. But when it follows that judgment, as through being commanded by reason, it helps towards the execution of reason's command. Third article. Whether sorrow is compatible with moral virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is incompatible with virtue. Because the virtues are effects of wisdom, according to Wisdom 8:7. She, that is, divine wisdom, teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude. Now, the conversation of wisdom hath no bitterness, as we read further on in verse 16. Therefore, sorrow is incompatible with virtue also. Objection 2: Further, sorrow is a hindrance to work, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 7:13, as well as in Ethics 10:5. But a hindrance to good works is incompatible with virtue. Therefore, sorrow is incompatible with virtue. Objection 3: Further, Tully calls sorrow a disease of the mind in his Tusculan Disputations 4. But disease of the mind is incompatible with virtue, which is a good condition of the mind. Therefore, sorrow is opposed to virtue and is incompatible with it. On the contrary, Christ was perfect in virtue, but there was sorrow in him, for he said (Matt. 26:38), "My soul is sorrowful even unto death." Therefore, sorrow is compatible with virtue. I answer that, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:8), the Stoics held that in the mind of the wise man there are 3 eupatheiai, that is, 3 good passions, in place of the 3 disturbances, viz. instead of covetousness, desire; instead of mirth, joy; instead of fear, caution. But they denied that anything corresponding to sorrow could be in the mind of a wise man, for 2 reasons. First, because sorrow is for an evil that is already present. Now they held that no evil can happen to a wise man. For they thought that, just as man's only good is virtue, and bodily goods are no good to man, so man's only evil is vice, which cannot be in a virtuous man. But this is unreasonable. For since man is composed of soul and body, whatever conduces to preserve the life of the body is some good to man, yet not his supreme good, because he can abuse it. Consequently, the evil which is contrary to this good can be in a wise man, and can cause him moderate sorrow. Again, although a virtuous man can be without grave sin, yet no man is to be found to live without committing slight sins, according to 1 John 1:8. "If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves." A third reason is because a virtuous man, though not actually in a state of sin, may have been so in the past; and he is to be commended if he sorrow for that sin, according to 2 Corinthians 7:10. "The sorrow that is according to God worketh penance steadfast unto salvation." Fourthly, because he may praiseworthily sorrow for another's sin. Therefore, sorrow is compatible with moral virtue, in the same way as the other passions are, when moderated by reason. Their second reason for holding this opinion was that sorrow is about evil present, whereas fear is for evil to come; even as pleasure is about a present good, while desire is for a future good. Now the enjoyment of a good possessed, or the desire to have good that one possesses not, may be consistent with virtue. But depression of the mind resulting from sorrow for a present evil is altogether contrary to reason, wherefore it is incompatible with virtue. But this is unreasonable. For there is an evil which can be present to the virtuous man, as we have just stated, which evil is rejected by reason. Wherefore the sensitive appetite follows reason's rejection by sorrowing for that evil, yet moderately, according as reason dictates. Now it pertains to virtue that the sensitive appetite be conformed to reason, as stated above in Article 1, second reply. Wherefore moderated sorrow for an object which ought to make us sorrowful is a mark of virtue, as also the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 and 7. Moreover, this proves useful for avoiding evil, since, just as good is more readily sought for the sake of pleasure, so is evil more undauntedly shunned on account of sorrow. Accordingly, we must allow that sorrow for things pertaining to virtue is incompatible with virtue, since virtue rejoices in its own. On the other hand, virtue sorrows moderately for all that thwarts virtue, no matter how. Reply to Obj. 1. The passage quoted proves that the wise man is not made sorrowful by wisdom. Yet he sorrows for anything that hinders wisdom. Consequently, there is no room for sorrow in the blessed, in whom there can be no hindrance to wisdom. Reply to Obj. 2. Sorrow hinders the work that makes us sorrowful, but it helps us to do more readily whatever banishes sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. Immoderate sorrow is a disease of the mind, but moderate sorrow is the mark of a well-conditioned mind, according to the present state of life. Fourth article. Whether all the moral virtues are about the passions? Objection 1. It would seem that all the moral virtues are about the passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 3 that moral virtue is about objects of pleasure and sorrow. But pleasure and sorrow are passions, as stated above in Question 23, Article 4, Question 31, Article 1, and in Question 35, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, all the moral virtues are about the passions. Objection 2. Further, the subject of the moral virtues is a faculty which is rational by participation, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 1:13. But the passions are in this part of the soul, as stated above in Question 22, Article 3. Therefore, every moral virtue is about the passions. Objection 3. Further, some passion is to be found in every moral virtue, and so either all are about the passions, or none are. But some are about the passions, as fortitude and temperance, as stated in Ethic. 3, 6 and 10. Therefore, all the moral virtues are about the passions. On the contrary, justice, which is a moral virtue, is not about the passions, as stated in Ethic. 5, 1 and following. I answer that moral virtue perfects the appetitive part of the soul by directing it to good as defined by reason. Now good, as defined by reason, is that which is moderated or directed by reason. Consequently, there are moral virtues about all matters that are subject to reason's direction and moderation. Now reason directs not only the passions of the sensitive appetite, but also the operations of the intellective appetite, that is, the will, which is not the subject of a passion, as stated above in Question 22, Article 3. Therefore, not all the moral virtues are about passions, but some are about passions, some about operations. Reply to Obj. 1. The moral virtues are not all about pleasures and sorrows, as being their proper matter, but as being something resulting from their proper acts. For every virtuous man rejoices in acts of virtue, and sorrows for the contrary. Hence the Philosopher, after the words quoted, adds: "If virtues are about actions and passions, now every action and passion is followed by pleasure or sorrow, so that in this way virtue is about pleasures and sorrows," notably, as about something that results from virtue. Reply Obj. 2: Not only the sensitive appetite, which is the subject of the passions, is rational by participation, but also the will, where there are no passions, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: Some virtues have passions as their proper matter, but some virtues not. Hence the comparison does not hold for all cases. Fifth article: Whether there can be moral virtue without passion? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtue can be without passion. For the more perfect moral virtue is, the more does it overcome the passions. Therefore, at its highest point of perfection, it is altogether without passion. Objection 2: Further, then is a thing perfect when it is removed from its contrary, and from whatever inclines to its contrary. Now the passions incline us to sin, which is contrary to virtue. Hence, as stated in Rom. 7:5, they are called passions of sins. Therefore, perfect virtue is altogether without passion. Obj. 3: Further, it is by virtue that we are conformed to God, as Augustine declares (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 6, 9, 13). But God does all things without passion at all. Therefore the most perfect virtue is without any passion. On the contrary, no man is just who rejoices not in his deeds, as stated in Ethic. I, 8. But joy is a passion. Therefore justice cannot be without passion, and still less can the other virtues be. I answer that, if we take the passions as being inordinate emotions, as the Stoics did, it is evident that in this sense perfect virtue is without the passions. But if by passions we understand any movement of the sensitive appetite, it is plain that moral virtues, which are about the passions as about their proper matter, cannot be without passions. The reason for this is that otherwise it would follow that moral virtue makes the sensitive appetite altogether idle; whereas it is not the function of virtue to deprive the powers subordinate to reason of their proper activities, but to make them execute the commands of reason by exercising their proper acts. Wherefore, just as virtue directs the bodily limbs to their due external acts, so does it direct the sensitive appetite to its proper regulated movements. Those moral virtues, however, which are not about the passions, but about operations, can be without passions. Such a virtue is justice, because it applies the will to its proper act, which is not a passion. Nevertheless, joy results from the act of justice, at least in the will, in which case it is not a passion. And if this joy be increased through the perfection of justice, it will overflow into the sensitive appetite, in so far as the lower powers follow the movement of the higher, as stated above in Q. 17, A. 7, as well as in Q. 24, A. 3. Wherefore, by reason of this kind of overflow, the more perfect a virtue is, the more does it cause passion. Reply Obj. 1: Virtue overcomes inordinate passion; it produces ordinate passion. Reply to Obj. 2. It is inordinate, not ordinate, passion that leads to sin. Reply to Obj. 3. The good of anything depends on the condition of its nature. Now there is no sensitive appetite in God and the angels as there is in man. Consequently, good operation in God and the angels is altogether without passion, as it is without a body, whereas the good operation of man is with passion, even as it is produced with the body's help. End of question 59. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 60 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 60. How the moral virtues differ from one another, in 5 articles. We must now consider how the moral virtues differ from one another, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether there is only one moral virtue. Second, whether those moral virtues which are about operations are distinct from those which are about passions. Third, whether there is but one moral virtue about operations. Fourth, whether there are different moral virtues about different passions. Fifth, whether the moral virtues differ in point of the various objects of the passions. First article. Whether there is only one moral virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that there is only one moral virtue. Because, just as the direction of moral actions belongs to reason, which is the subject of the intellectual virtues, so does their inclination belong to the appetite, which is the subject of moral virtues. But there is only one intellectual virtue to direct all moral acts, notably prudence. Therefore, there is also but one moral virtue to give all moral acts their respective inclinations. Objection 2. Further, habits differ, not in respect of their material objects, but according to the formal aspect of their objects. Now the formal aspect of the good to which moral virtue is directed is one thing, notably, the mean defined by reason. Therefore, seemingly, there is but one moral virtue. Objection 3. Further, things pertaining to morals are specified by their end, as stated above in question 1, Article 3. Now there is but one common end of all moral virtues, notably happiness, while the proper and proximate ends are infinite in number. But the moral virtues themselves are not infinite in number. Therefore, it seems that there is but one. On the contrary, one habit cannot be in several powers, as stated above in question 56, Article 2. But the subject of the moral virtues is the appetitive part of the soul, which is divided into several powers, as stated in the first part, question 80, Article 2, as well as question 81, Article 2. Therefore, there cannot be only one moral virtue. I answer that, as stated above in question 58, Articles 1, 2, and 3, the moral virtues are habits of the appetitive faculty. Now habits differ specifically according to the specific differences of their objects, as stated above in question 54, Article 2. Again, The species of the object of appetite, as of anything, depends on its specific form which it receives from the agent. But we must observe that the matter of the passive subject bears a twofold relation to the agent. For sometimes it receives the form of the agent in the same kind specifically as the agent has that form, as happens with all univocal agents, so that if the agent be one specifically, the matter must of necessity receive a form specifically one. Thus the univocal effect of fire is of necessity something in the species of fire. Sometimes, however, the matter receives the form from the agent, but not in the same kind specifically as the agent, as is the case with non-univocal causes of generation. Thus an animal is generated by the sun. In this case, the forms received into matter are not of one species, but vary according to the adaptability of the matter to receive the influx of the agent. For instance, we see that owing to the one action of the sun, animals of various species are produced by putrefaction according to the various adaptability of matter. Now it is evident that in moral matters the reason holds the place of commander and mover, while the appetitive power is commanded and moved. But the appetite does not receive the direction of reason univocally, so to say, because it is rational, not essentially, but by participation, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Consequently, objects made appetible by the direction of reason belong to various species, according to their various relations to reason, so that it follows that moral virtues are of various species, and are not only one. Reply to Obj. 1: The object of the reason is truth. Now in all moral matters, which are contingent matters of action, there is but one kind of truth. Consequently, there is but one virtue to direct all such matters, viz. Prudence. On the other hand, the object of the appetitive power is the appetible good, which varies in kind according to its various relations to reason, the directing power. Reply to Obj. 2: This formal element is one generically, on account of the unity of the agent, but it varies in species on account of the various relations of the receiving matter, as explained above. Reply to Obj. 3: Moral matters do not receive their species from the last end, but from their proximate ends, and these, although they be infinite in number, are not infinite in species. Second article: Whether moral virtues about operations are different from those that are about passions? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtues are not divided into those which are about operations, and those which are about passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 3 that moral virtue is "an operative habit whereby we do what is best in matters of pleasure or sorrow." Now pleasure and sorrow are passions, as stated above in Q. 31, A. 1, as well as in Q. 35, A. 1. Therefore the same virtue which is about passions is also about operations, since it is an operative habit. Obj. 2: Further, the passions are principles of external action. If therefore some virtues regulate the passions, they must, as a consequence, regulate operations also. Therefore the same moral virtues are about both passions and operations. Obj. 3: Further, the sensitive appetite is moved well or ill towards every external operation. Now movements of the sensitive appetite are passions. Therefore the same virtues that are about operations are also about passions. On the contrary, the Philosopher reckons justice to be about operations, and temperance, fortitude, and gentleness about passions, as stated in Ethics 2, 3, and 7, as well as in Ethics 5, 1 and following. I answer that operation and passion stand in a twofold relation to virtue. First, as its effects, and in this way every moral virtue has some good operations as its product, and a certain pleasure or sorrow which are passions, as stated above in Question 59, Article 4, First Reply. Secondly, operation may be compared to moral virtue as the matter about which virtue is concerned, and in this sense those moral virtues which are about operations must needs differ from those which are about passions. The reason for this is that good and evil, in certain operations, are taken from the very nature of those operations, no matter how man may be affected towards them, notably, in so far as good and evil in them depend on their being commensurate with something else. In operations of this kind, there needs to be some power to regulate the operations in themselves. Such are buying and selling, and all such operations in which there is an element of something due or undue to another. For this reason, justice and its parts are properly about operations as their proper matter. On the other hand, in some operations, good and evil depend only on commensuration with the agent. Consequently, good and evil in these operations depend on the way in which man is affected to them. And for this reason, in such like operations, virtue must needs be chiefly about internal emotions, which are called the passions of the soul, as is evidently the case with temperance, fortitude, and the like. It happens, however, in operations which are directed to another, that the good of virtue is overlooked by reason of some inordinate passion of the soul. In such cases, justice is destroyed in so far as the due measure of the external act is destroyed, while some other virtue is destroyed in so far as the internal passions exceed their due measure. Thus, when through anger one man strikes another, justice is destroyed in the undue blow, while gentleness is destroyed by the immoderate anger. The same may be clearly applied to other virtues. This suffices for the replies to the objections, for the first considers operations as the effect of virtue, while the other two consider operation and passion as concurring in the same effect. But in some cases virtue is chiefly about operations, in others about passions, for the reason given above. Third article. Whether there is only one moral virtue about operations? Objection 1. It would seem that there is but one moral virtue about operations. Because the rectitude of all external operations seems to belong to justice. Now justice is but one virtue. Therefore there is but one virtue about operations. Objection 2. Further, those operations seem to differ most, which are directed on the one side to the good of the individual, and on the other to the good of the many. But this diversity does not cause diversity among the moral virtues. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:1 that legal justice, which directs human acts to the common good, does not differ, save logically, from the virtue which directs a man's actions to one man only. Therefore, diversity of operations does not cause a diversity of moral virtues. Objection 3. Further, if there are various moral virtues about various operations, diversity of moral virtues would needs follow diversity of operations. But this is clearly untrue. For it is the function of justice to establish rectitude in various kinds of commutations, and again in distributions, as is set down in Ethic. v, 2. Therefore there are not different virtues about different operations. On the contrary, religion is a moral virtue distinct from piety, both of which are about operations. I answer that, all the moral virtues that are about operations agree in one general notion of justice, which is in respect of something due to another, but they differ in respect of various special notions. The reason for this is that in external operations, the order of reason is established, as we have stated in Article 2, not according as how man is affected towards such operations, but according to the becomingness of the thing itself, from which becomingness we derive the notion of something due, which is the formal aspect of justice. For seemingly it pertains to justice that a man give another his due. Wherefore all such virtues as are about operations bear in some way the character of justice. But the thing due is not of the same kind in all these virtues. For something is due to an equal in one way, to a superior in another way, to an inferior in yet another. And the nature of a debt differs according as it arises from a contract, a promise, or a favor already conferred. And corresponding to these various kinds of debt, there are various virtues, for example, religion, whereby we pay our debt to God; piety, whereby we pay our debt to our parents or to our country; gratitude, whereby we pay our debt to our benefactors, and so forth. Reply Obj. 1: Justice, properly so called, is one special virtue, whose object is the perfect due, which can be paid in the equivalent. But the name of justice is extended also to all cases in which something due is rendered. In this sense it is not as a special virtue. Reply Obj. 2: That justice which seeks the common good is another virtue from that which is directed to the private good of an individual. Wherefore common right differs from private right. And Tully, in his Invention on the Art of Rhetoric, reckons as a special virtue piety which directs man to the good of his country. But that justice which directs man to the common good is a general virtue through its act of command, since it directs all the acts of the virtues to its own end, viz. the common good. And the virtues, in so far as they are commanded by that justice, receive the name of justice, so that virtue does not differ, save logically, from legal justice. Just as there is only a logical difference between a virtue that is active of itself, and a virtue that is active through the command of another virtue. Reply Obj. 3: There is the same kind of due in all the operations belonging to special justice. Consequently, there is the same virtue of justice, especially in regard to commutations. For it may be that distributive justice is of another species from commutative justice; but about this we shall inquire later on, in the Pars Secunda Secundae, Q. 61, A. 1. Fourth Article. Whether there are different moral virtues about different passions? Objection 1: It would seem that there are not different moral virtues about different passions. But there is but one habit about things that concur in their source and end, as is evident especially in the case of sciences. But the passions all concur in one source, viz. love; and they all terminate in the same end, viz. joy or sorrow, as we stated above in question 25, articles 1, 2, and 4, as well as in question 27, article 4. Therefore, there is but one moral virtue about all the passions. Obj. 2: Further, if there were different moral virtues about different passions, it would follow that there are as many moral virtues as passions. But this is clearly not the case, since there is one moral virtue about contrary passions, namely, fortitude, about fear and daring, temperance, about pleasure and sorrow. Therefore, there is no need for different moral virtues about different passions. Obj. 3: Further, love, desire, and pleasure are passions of different species, as stated above in question 23, article 4. Now there is but one virtue about all these three, notably temperance. Therefore, there are not different moral virtues about different passions. On the contrary, fortitude is about fear and daring, temperance about desire, meekness about anger, as stated in Ethics 3, 6, and 10, as well as in Ethics 4, 5. I answer that it cannot be said that there is only one moral virtue about all the passions, since some passions are not in the same power as other passions. For some belong to the irascible, others to the concupiscible faculty, as stated above in question 23, article 1. On the other hand, neither does every diversity of passions necessarily suffice for a diversity of moral virtues. First, because some passions are in contrary opposition to one another, such as joy and sorrow, fear and daring, and so on. About such passions as are thus in opposition to one another, there must needs be one same virtue. Because, since moral virtue consists in a kind of mean, the mean in contrary passions stands in the same ratio to both, even as in the natural order there is but one mean between contraries, for example, between black and white. Secondly, because there are different passions contradicting reason in the same manner, for example, by impelling to that which is contrary to reason, or by withdrawing from that which is in accord with reason. Wherefore the different passions of the concupiscible faculty do not require different moral virtues, because their movements follow one another in a certain order, as being directed to the one same thing, notably, the attainment of some good, or the avoidance of some evil. Thus, from love proceeds desire, and from desire we arrive at pleasure. And it is the same way with the opposite passions. For hatred leads to avoidance or dislike, and this leads to sorrow. On the other hand, the irascible passions are not all of one order, but are directed to different things. For daring and fear are about some great danger, and hope and despair are about some difficult good, while anger seeks to overcome something contrary which has wrought harm. Consequently, there are different virtues about such like passions, for example, temperance, about the concupiscible passions, fortitude, about fear and daring, magnanimity, about hope and despair, meekness, about anger. Reply to Obj. 1: All the passions concur in one common principle and end, but not in one proper principle or end, and so this does not suffice for the unity of moral virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: Just as in the natural order the same principle causes movement from one extreme and movement towards the other, and as in the intellectual order contraries have one common ratio, so too between contrary passions there is but one moral virtue, which, like a second nature, consents to reason's dictates. Reply to Obj. 3: those three passions are directed to the same object in a certain order, as stated above, and so they belong to the same virtue. Fifth article. Whether the moral virtues differ in point of the various objects of the passions. Objection 1. It would seem that the moral virtues do not differ according to the objects of the passions. For just as there are objects of passions, so are there objects of operations. Now those moral virtues that are about operations do not differ according to the objects of those operations. For the buying and selling either of a house or of a horse belong to the one same virtue of justice. Therefore, neither do those moral virtues that are about passions differ according to the objects of those passions. Obj. 2: Further, the passions are acts or movements of the sensitive appetite. Now it needs a greater difference to differentiate habits than acts. Hence, diverse objects, which do not diversify the species of passions, do not diversify the species of moral virtue, so that there is but one moral virtue about all objects of pleasure, and the same applies to the other passions. Obj. 3: Further, more or less do not change a species. Now various objects of pleasure differ only by reason of being more or less pleasurable. Therefore, all objects of pleasure belong to one species of virtue, and for the same reason so do all fearful objects, and the same applies to others. Therefore, moral virtue is not diversified according to the objects of passions. Obj. 4: Further, virtue hinders evil, even as it produces good. But there are various virtues about the desires for good things. Thus temperance is about desires for the pleasure of touch, and eutrapelia about pleasures in games. Therefore, there should be different virtues about fears of evils. On the contrary, chastity is about sexual pleasures, abstinence about pleasures of the table, and eutrapelia about pleasures in games. I answer that, the perfection of a virtue depends on the reason, whereas the perfection of a passion depends on the sensitive appetite. Consequently, virtues must needs be differentiated according to their relation to reason, but the passions according to their relation to the appetite. Hence the objects of the passions, according as they are variously related to the sensitive appetite, cause the different species of passions, while, according as they are related to reason, they cause the different species of virtues. Now the movement of reason is not the same as that of the sensitive appetite. Wherefore nothing hinders a difference of objects from causing diversity of passions, without causing diversity of virtues, as when one virtue is about several passions, as stated above in A. 4. And again, a difference of objects from causing different virtues, without causing a difference of passions, since several virtues are directed about one passion, for example, pleasure. And because diverse passions belonging to diverse powers always belong to diverse virtues, as stated above in A. 4, therefore a difference of objects that corresponds to a difference of powers always causes a specific difference of virtues, for instance, the difference between that which is good absolutely speaking, and that which is good and difficult to obtain. Moreover, since the reason rules man's lower powers in a certain order, and even extends to outward things, hence one single object of the passions, according as it is apprehended by sense, imagination, or reason, and again, according as it belongs to the soul, body, or external things, has various relations to reason, and consequently is of a nature to cause a difference of virtues. Consequently, man's good which is the object of love, desire, and pleasure, may be taken as referred either to a bodily sense or to the inner apprehension of the mind: and this same good may be directed to man's good in himself, either in his body or in his soul, or to man's good in relation to other men. And every such difference, being differently related to reason, differentiates virtues. Accordingly, if we take a good, and it be something discerned by the sense of touch, and something pertaining to the upkeep of human life either in the individual or in the species, such as the pleasures of the table or of sexual intercourse, it will belong to the virtue of temperance. As regards the pleasures of the other senses, they are not intense, and so do not present much difficulty to the reason. Hence there is no virtue corresponding to them. For virtue, like art, is about difficult things, according to Ethics ii, 3. On the other hand, good discerned not by the senses, but by an inner power, and belonging to man in himself, is like money and honor: the former, by its very nature, being employable for the good of the body, while the latter is based on the apprehension of the mind. These goods again may be considered either absolutely, in which way they concern the concupiscible faculty, or as being difficult to obtain, in which way they belong to the irascible part. Which distinction, however, has no place in pleasurable objects of touch, since such are of base condition, and are becoming to man in so far as he has something in common with irrational animals. Accordingly, in reference to money considered as a good absolutely, as an object of desire, pleasure, or love, there is liberality. But if we consider this good as difficult to get, and as being the object of our hope, there is magnificence, megalopropeia. With regard to that good which we call honor, taken absolutely, as the object of love, we have a virtue called philotimia, that is, love of honor. While if we consider it as hard to attain, and as an object of hope, then we have magnanimity. Wherefore liberality and philotimia seem to be in the concupiscible part, while magnificence and magnanimity are in the irascible. As regards man's good in relation to other men, it does not seem hard to obtain, but is considered absolutely, as the object of the concupiscible passions. This good may be pleasurable to a man in his behavior towards another, either in some serious matter, in actions, to wit, that are directed by reason to a due end, or in playful actions, notably, that are done for mere pleasure, and which do not stand in the same relation to reason as the former. Now one man behaves towards another in serious matters in two ways. First, as being pleasant in his regard, by becoming speech and deeds: and this belongs to a virtue which Aristotle in Ethics ii, 7 calls friendship, philia, and may be rendered affability. Secondly, one man behaves towards another by being frank with him in words and deeds: this belongs to another virtue which in Ethics iv, 7 he calls truthfulness, aletheia. For frankness is more akin to the reason than pleasure, and serious matters than play. Hence there is another virtue about the pleasures of games, which the Philosopher calls eutrapelia in Ethics iv, 8. It is therefore evident that, according to Aristotle, there are 10 moral virtues about the passions, viz. fortitude, temperance, liberality, magnificence, magnanimity, philotimia, gentleness, friendship, truthfulness, and eutrapelia, all of which differ in respect of their diverse matter, passions, or objects. So that, if we add justice, which is about operations, there will be 11 in all. Reply to Obj. 1: All objects of the same specific operation have the same relation to reason. Not so all the objects of the same specific passion, because operations do not thwart reason as the passions do. Reply to Obj. 2: Passions are not differentiated by the same rule as virtues are, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3: More and less do not cause a difference of species, unless they bear different relations to reason. Reply to Obj. 4: Good is a more potent mover than evil, because evil does not cause movement save in virtue of good, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Hence an evil does not prove an obstacle to reason so as to require virtues, unless that evil be great; there being, seemingly, one such evil corresponding to each kind of passion. Hence there is but one virtue, meekness, for every form of anger; and again but one virtue, fortitude, for all forms of daring. On the other hand, good involves difficulty, which requires virtue, even if it be not a great good in that particular kind of passion. Consequently, there are various moral virtues about desires, as stated above. End of question 60. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 61 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 61 of the Cardinal Virtues, in 5 articles. We must now consider the cardinal virtues, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether the moral virtues should be called cardinal or principal virtues. Second, of their number. Third, which are they? Fourth, whether they differ from one another. Fifth, whether they are fittingly divided into social, perfecting, perfect, and exemplar virtues. First article: whether the moral virtues should be called cardinal or principal virtues. Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtues should not be called cardinal or principal virtues. For the opposite members of a division are by nature simultaneous, according to Categories 10, so that one is not principal rather than another. Now all the virtues are opposite members of the division of the genus virtue. Therefore none of them should be called principal. Objection 2: Further, the end is principal as compared to the means. But the theological virtues are about the end, while the moral virtues are about the means. Therefore the theological virtues, rather than the moral virtues, should be called principal or cardinal. Objection 3: Further, that which is essentially so is principal in comparison with that which is so by participation. But the intellectual virtues belong to that which is essentially rational, whereas the moral virtues belong to that which is rational by participation, as stated above in Q. 58, A. 3. Therefore the intellectual virtues are principal rather than the moral virtues. On the contrary, Ambrose, in explaining the words "Blessed are the poor in spirit," Luke 6:20, says: "We know that there are four cardinal virtues, viz. temperance, justice, prudence, and fortitude." But these are moral virtues. Therefore the moral virtues are cardinal virtues. I answer that, when we speak of virtue simply, we are understood to speak of human virtue. Now human virtue, as stated above in Q. 56, A. 3, is one that answers to the perfect idea of virtue, which requires rectitude of the appetite. For such like virtue not only confers the faculty of doing well, but also causes the good deed done. On the other hand, the name virtue is applied to one that answers imperfectly to the idea of virtue, and does not require rectitude of the appetite, because it merely confers the faculty of doing well without causing the good deed to be done. Now it is evident that the perfect is principal as compared to the imperfect, and so those virtues which imply rectitude of the appetite are called principal virtues. Such are the moral virtues, and prudence alone of the intellectual virtues, for it is also something of a moral virtue, as was clearly shown above in Q. 57, A. 4. Consequently, those virtues which are called principal or cardinal are fittingly placed among the moral virtues. Reply to Obj. 1: When a univocal genus is divided into its species, the members of the division are on a par in the point of the generic idea. Although considered in their nature as things, one species may surpass another in rank and perfection, as man in respect of other animals. But when we divide an analogous term, which is applied to several things, but to one before it is applied to another, nothing hinders one from ranking before another, even in the point of the generic idea, as the notion of being is applied to substance principally in relation to accident. Such is the division of virtue into various kinds of virtue, since the good defined by reason is not found in the same way in all things. Reply to Obj. 2: The theological virtues are above man, as stated above in Q. 58, A. 3, third reply. Hence they should properly be called not human, but superhuman or godlike virtues. Reply to Obj. 3: Although the intellectual virtues, except in prudence, rank before the moral virtues, in the point of their subject, they do not rank before them as virtues. For a virtue, as such, regards good, which is the object of the appetite. Second article: Whether there are four cardinal virtues? Objection 1: It would seem that there are not four cardinal virtues. For prudence is the directing principle of the other moral virtues, as is clear from what has been said above (Q. 58, A. 4). But that which directs other things ranks before them. Therefore prudence alone is a principal virtue. Obj. 2: Further, the principal virtues are, in a way, moral virtues. Now we are directed to moral works, both by the practical reason and by a right appetite, as stated in Ethic. vi, 2. Therefore there are only two cardinal virtues. Obj. 3: Further, even among the other virtues, one ranks higher than another. But in order that a virtue be principal, it needs not to rank above all the others, but above some. Therefore it seems that there are many more principal virtues. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 2: "The entire structure of good works is built on four virtues." I answer that, things may be numbered either in respect of their formal principles, or according to the subjects in which they are, and either way we find that there are four cardinal virtues. For the formal principle of the virtue of which we speak now is good as defined by reason, which good is considered in two ways. First, as existing in the very act of reason, and thus we have one principal virtue, called prudence. Secondly, according as the reason puts its order into something else, either into operations, and then we have justice, or into passions, and then we need two virtues. For the need of putting the order of reason into the passions is due to their thwarting reason, and this occurs in two ways. First, by the passions inciting to something against reason, and then the passions need a curb, which we call temperance. Secondly, by the passions withdrawing us from following the dictate of reason, for example, through fear of danger or toil, and then a man needs to be strengthened for that which reason dictates, lest he turn back, and to this end there is fortitude. In like manner, we find the same number if we consider the subjects of virtue. For there are 4 subjects of the virtue we speak of now, notably, the power which is rational in its essence, and this is perfected by prudence; and that which is rational by participation and is threefold: the will, subject of justice; the concupiscible faculty, subject of temperance; and the irascible faculty, subject of fortitude. Reply Obj. 1: Prudence is the principal of all the virtues simply; the others are principal, each in its own genus. Reply Obj. 2: That part of the soul which is rational by participation is threefold, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: All the other virtues among which one ranks before another are reducible to the above 4, both as to the subject and as to the formal principle. Third article: Whether any other virtues should be called principal rather than these? Objection 1: It would seem that other virtues should be called principal rather than these. For seemingly the greatest is the principal in any genus. Now magnanimity has a great influence on all the virtues, according to Ethic. 4:3. Therefore magnanimity should be more than any be called a principal virtue. Objection 2: Further, that which strengthens the other virtues should above all be called a principal virtue. But such is humility. For Gregory says (Hom. 4 on the Gospel) that "he who gathers the other virtues without humility is as one who carries straw against the wind." Therefore humility seems above all to be a principal virtue. Obj. 3: Further, that which is most perfect seems to be principal. But this applies to patience, according to James 1:4: "Patience hath a perfect work." Therefore patience should be reckoned a principal virtue. On the contrary, Cicero reduces all other virtues to these 4, in his Treatise on Rhetorical Invention (ii). I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), these 4 are reckoned as cardinal virtues, in respect of the 4 formal principles of virtues as we understand it now. These principles are found chiefly in certain acts and passions. Thus the good, which exists in the act of reason, is found chiefly in reason's command, but not in its counsel or its judgment, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 6). Again, good as defined by reason and put into our operations as something right and due, is found chiefly in commutations and distributions in respect of another person, and on a basis of equality. The good of curbing the passions is found chiefly in those passions which are most difficult to curb, notably in the pleasures of touch. The good of being firm in holding to the good defined by reason against the impulse of passion is found chiefly in perils of death, which are most difficult to withstand. Accordingly, the above four virtues may be considered in two ways. First, in respect of their common formal principles. In this way they are called principal, being general, as it were, in comparison with all the virtues. So that, for instance, any virtue that causes good in reason's act of consideration may be called prudence; every virtue that causes the good of right and due in operation be called justice; every virtue that curbs and represses the passions be called temperance; and every virtue that strengthens the mind against any passions whatever be called fortitude. Many, both holy doctors, as also philosophers, speak about these virtues in this sense, and in this way the other virtues are contained under them. Wherefore all the objections fail. Secondly, they may be considered in point of their being denominated, each one from that which is foremost in its respective matter, and thus they are specific virtues, condivided with the others. Yet they are called principal in comparison with the other virtues on account of the importance of their matter. So that prudence is the virtue which commands; justice, the virtue which is about due actions between equals; temperance, the virtue which suppresses desires for the pleasures of touch; and fortitude, the virtue which strengthens against dangers of death. Thus again do the objections fail, because the other virtues may be principal in some other way, but these are called principal by reason of their matter, as stated above. Fourth Article. Whether the four cardinal virtues differ from one another? Objection 1. It would seem that the above four virtues are not diverse and distinct from one another. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 12:1, "There is no true prudence, unless it be just, temperate, and brave; no perfect temperance that is not brave, just, and prudent; no sound fortitude that is not prudent, temperate, and just; no real justice without prudence, fortitude, and temperance." But this would not be so if the above virtues were distinct from one another, since the different species of one genus do not qualify one another. Therefore the aforesaid virtues are not distinct from one another. Obj. 2: Further, among things distinct from one another, the function of one is not attributed to another. But the function of temperance is attributed to fortitude, for Ambrose says (De Officiis xxxvi): "Rightly do we call it fortitude, when a man conquers himself, and is not weakened and bent by any enticement." And of temperance he says (De Officiis xliii, 45) that it "safeguards the manner and order in all things that we decide to do and say." Therefore it seems that these virtues are not distinct from one another. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 4) that the necessary conditions of virtue are first of all "that a man should have knowledge; secondly, that he should exercise choice for a particular end; thirdly, that he should possess the habit and act with firmness and steadfastness." But the first of these seems to belong to prudence, which is rectitude of reason in things to be done. The second, that is, choice, belongs to temperance, whereby a man, holding his passions on the curb, acts, not from passion but from choice. The third, that a man should act for the sake of a due end, implies a certain rectitude which seemingly belongs to justice; while the last, viz. firmness and steadfastness, belongs to fortitude. Therefore each of these virtues is general in comparison to other virtues. Therefore they are not distinct from one another. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 11) that "there are four virtues, corresponding to the various emotions of love"; and he applies this to the four virtues mentioned above. Therefore the same four virtues are distinct from one another. I answer that, as stated above in A. 3, these four virtues are understood differently by various writers. For some take them as signifying certain general conditions of the human mind, to be found in all the virtues: so that, to wit, prudence is merely a certain rectitude of discretion in any actions or matters whatever; justice, a certain rectitude of the mind, whereby a man does what he ought in any matters; temperance, a disposition of the mind, moderating any passions or operations, so as to keep them within bounds; and fortitude, a disposition whereby the soul is strengthened for that which is in accord with reason, against any assaults of the passions, or the toil involved by any operations. To distinguish these four virtues in this way does not imply that justice, temperance, and fortitude are distinct virtuous habits, because it is fitting that every moral virtue, from the fact that it is a habit, should be accompanied by a certain firmness, so as not to be moved by its contrary, and this, we have said, belongs to fortitude. Moreover, inasmuch as it is a virtue, it is directed to good, which involves the notion of right and due, and this, we have said, belongs to justice. Again, owing to the fact that it is a moral virtue partaking of reason, it observes the mode of reason in all things, and does not exceed its bounds, which has been stated to belong to temperance. It is only in the point of having discretion, which we ascribed to prudence, that there seems to be a distinction from the other three, inasmuch as discretion belongs essentially to reason, whereas the other three imply a certain share of reason by way of a kind of application of reason to passions or operations. According to the above explanation, then, prudence would be distinct from the other three virtues, but these would not be distinct from one another, for it is evident that one and the same virtue is both habit, and virtue, and moral virtue. Others, however, with better reason, take these four virtues according as they have their special determinate matter, each of its own matter, in which special commendation is given to that general condition from which the virtue's name is taken, as stated above in A. 3. In this way, it is clear that the aforesaid virtues are distinct habits, differentiated in respect of their diverse objects. Reply to Obj. 1: Gregory is speaking of these four virtues in the first sense given above. It may also be said that these four virtues qualify one another by a kind of overflow. For the qualities of prudence overflow onto the other virtues in so far as they are directed by prudence; and each of the others overflows onto the rest, for the reason that whoever can do what is harder can do what is less difficult. Wherefore whoever can curb his desires for the pleasures of touch, so that they keep within bounds, which is a very hard thing to do, for this very reason is made more able to check his daring in dangers of death, so as not to go too far, which is much easier. And in this sense fortitude is said to be temperate. Again, temperance is said to be brave, by reason of fortitude overflowing into temperance, in so far, to wit, as he whose mind is strengthened by fortitude against dangers of death, which is a matter of very great difficulty, is more able to remain firm against the onslaught of pleasures. For, as Cicero says in his Morals, "It would be inconsistent for a man to be unbroken by fear, and yet vanquished by cupidity, or that he should be conquered by lust, after showing himself to be unconquered by toil." From this the reply to the second objection is clear. For temperance observes the mean in all things, and fortitude keeps the mind unbent by the enticements of pleasures, either in so far as these virtues are taken to denote certain general conditions of virtue, or in the sense that they overflow onto one another, as explained above. Reply to Obj. 3. These four general conditions of virtue set down by the Philosopher are not proper to the aforesaid virtues. They may, however, be appropriated to them in the way above stated. Fifth article. Whether the cardinal virtues are fittingly divided into social virtues, perfecting, perfect, and exemplar virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that these four virtues are unfittingly divided into exemplar virtues, perfecting virtues, perfect virtues, and social virtues. For as Macrobius says in his Dream of Scipio 1, "The exemplar virtues are such as exist in the mind of God." Now the Philosopher says in Ethic. x, 8 that "it is absurd to ascribe justice, fortitude, temperance, and prudence to God." Therefore these virtues cannot be exemplar. Obj. 2: Further, the perfect virtues are those which are without any passion. For Macrobius says in his Dream of Scipio 1 that "in a soul that is cleansed, temperance has not to check worldly desires, for it has forgotten all about them. Fortitude knows nothing about the passions, it does not have to conquer them." Now, it was stated above (Q. 59, A. 5) that the aforesaid virtues cannot be without passions. Therefore there is no such thing as perfect virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Macrobius says in his Dream of Scipio 1 that the perfecting virtues are those of a man "who flies from human affairs, and devotes himself exclusively to the things of God." But it seems wrong to do this. For Cicero says in his Morals, "I reckon that it is not only unworthy of praise, but wicked for a man to say that he despises what most men admire, notably power and office." Therefore there are no perfecting virtues. Obj. 4: Further, Macrobius says again in his Dream of Scipio that the social virtues are those "whereby good men work for the good of their country, and for the safety of the city." But it is only legal justice that is directed to the common weal, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. v, 1. Therefore other virtues should not be called social. On the contrary, Macrobius says in his Dream of Scipio 1, "Plotinus, together with Plato, foremost among teachers of philosophy, says: The four kinds of virtue are fourfold. In the first place, there are social virtues. Secondly, there are perfecting virtues. Thirdly, there are perfect virtues. And fourthly, there are exemplar virtues." I answer that, as Augustine says (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 6), "the soul needs to follow something, in order to give birth to virtue. This something is God. If we follow Him, we shall live aright." Consequently, the exemplar of human virtue must needs pre-exist in God, just as in Him pre-exist the types of all things. Accordingly, virtue may be considered as existing originally in God, and thus we speak of exemplar virtues. So that in God the Divine mind itself may be called prudence, while temperance is the turning of God's gaze on Himself, even as in us it is that which conforms the appetite to reason. God's fortitude is His unchangeableness. His justice is the observance of the eternal law in His works, as Plotinus states. Again, since man by his nature is a social animal, these virtues, in so far as they are in him according to the condition of his nature, are called social virtues, since it is by reason of them that man behaves himself well in the conduct of human affairs. It is in this sense that we have been speaking of these virtues until now. But since it behooves a man to do his utmost to strive onward even to divine things, even as the Philosopher declares in Ethics x, 7, and as Scripture often admonishes us, for instance, "Be ye perfect, as your heavenly Father is perfect," in Matthew 5:48, we must needs place some virtues between the social or human virtues and the exemplar virtues which are divine. Now these virtues differ by reason of a difference of movement and term, so that some are virtues of men who are on their way and tending towards the divine similitude, and these are called perfecting virtues. Thus prudence, by contemplating the things of God, counts as nothing all things of the world, and directs all the thoughts of the soul to God alone. Temperance, so far as nature allows, neglects the needs of the body. Fortitude prevents the soul from being afraid of neglecting the body and rising to heavenly things. And justice consists in the soul giving a wholehearted consent to follow the way thus proposed. Besides these, there are the virtues of those who have already attained to the divine similitude. These are called the perfect virtues. Thus prudence sees naught else but the things of God. Temperance knows no earthly desires. Fortitude has no knowledge of passion. And justice, by imitating the divine mind, is united thereto by an everlasting covenant. Such as the virtues attributed to the blessed, or in this life, to some who are at the summit of perfection. Reply to Obj. 1. The Philosopher is speaking of these virtues according as they relate to human affairs. For instance, justice, about buying and selling; fortitude, about fear; temperance, about desires. For in this sense it is absurd to attribute them to God. Reply to Obj. 2. Human virtues, that is to say, virtues of men living together in this world, are about the passions. But the virtues of those who have attained to perfect bliss are without passions. Hence Plotinus says that "the social virtues check the passions," that is, they bring them to the relative mean. The second kind, notably the perfecting virtues, uproot them. The third kind, notably the perfect virtues, forget them, while it is impious to mention them in connection with virtues of the fourth kind, notably the exemplar virtues. It may also be said that here he is speaking of passions as denoting inordinate emotions. Reply to Obj. 3. To neglect human affairs when necessity forbids is wicked; otherwise it is virtuous. Hence Cicero says a little earlier, "Perhaps one should make allowances for those who by reason of their exceptional talents have devoted themselves to learning, as also to those who have retired from public life on account of failing health, or for some yet other weightier motive, when such men yielded to others the power and renown of authority." This agrees with what Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 19:19). "The love of truth demands a hallowed leisure. Charity necessitates good works. If no one lays this burden on us, we may devote ourselves to the study and contemplation of truth. But if the burden is laid on us, it is to be taken up under the pressure of charity. Reply Obj. 4: Legal justice alone regards the common weal directly, but by commanding the other virtues it draws them all into the service of the common weal, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. v, 1. For we must take note that it concerns the human virtues, as we understand them here, to do well not only towards the community, but also towards the parts of the community, viz. towards the household, or even towards one individual. End of question 61. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.